OBS! OBS, I swear to God, stop fucking forgetting my microphone. Okay, so catching up. Valentine's Day. I had nothing. I had nothing special to play specifically for Valentine's Day. I kind of forgot about that this Friday was Valentine's Day, and all that stuff. I'm making path to the good ending. I asked Discord whether I should do the extra scene for the. Any extra scenes for the good ending, or just set up for the good ending proper, because a character is going to show up that we haven't seen since a bad ending, and blah blah blah. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Tosaka slightly retreats, still staring at them. Tosaka is calm. She understands that it would be no good to fight them now. She wants to keep on fighting, and she has to retreat for now. But there are 6 meters between Tosaka and the stairs. Is it possible for her to run that distance all at once? It's impossible. It's obvious looking from above. Kazuki, who has been silent up till now, focuses his attention towards Tosaka. If she turns around and sprints at full speed, but should be able to reach the stairs and get to the exit while dodging Kazuki. Tosaka snorts, still staring at them. Her face. Heh, of course that's impossible. Seems to be muttering that sarcastically. She'll die. She'll be killed like this. If I try to help her, I won't be able to go back. The area just a few steps below me is a land of death. The master called Kazuki and 2 enemy servants. There's no way I can get out. There's no way I can get out of here alive. My throat is dry. My fingers are frozen from nervousness. It's all or nothing. Even before I can think, Tosaka moves. She runs towards the stairs at a speed of an arrow without any warning. Behind her, the slim figure's shadow catches up to her at a speed that makes Tosaka look stagnant. Kazuki's fist will most likely hit the back of Tosaka's head. He's the one who hurt Saber through her armor. It would be easy for him to crush a human skull. I can't save her. I can't help her by myself. I can't save her just with this bamboo sword. I'll die if I go out. 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 Guys, do you think I'll die if I go out? I'll die if I go out. Just checking the thing. Go back to the 12th day. Looks like there's no bad ends related to this one. It just depends, it just, now let me double check. Oh no, there won't. Again, we get nothing, but we do get an extra scene if we don't help her. I'll help. Come on. I'll help her. But if we go for the extra scenes and the good ending, I'll go for that particular scene. I jump down. I don't even bother using the stairs. I jump down right behind Tosaka from a height of 5 meters without knowing it. But that's it. My bamboo sword is crushed by Kazuki's fist that tried to hit the back of Tosaka's neck. Everyone opens their eyes wide in astonishment at the intruder, except for one enemy who reacts as if it's natural. There's no hesitation. It does not matter for this man who the opponent is. There's no emotions toward Shiro and Mia, who appeared out of nowhere. The Grim Reaper's nail is thrust. There's no way to avoid it. My neck will break like a stem. How unsightly. It's meaningless if I don't even last 2 seconds. Just like this, I won't be able to do anything, not even help Tosaka. No. I had a way out from the start. I can prepare numerous things to block the attack. If I'm a mage, then it's not my body that does battle. It is none other than my magecraft creations. Then make it. Success is a matter, of course. Reconstruction doesn't start from the basic framework. Danger. Read the origin itself from its concept and the creator's thoughts, expectations, morals, and faith. Danger. That's why it is not reconstruction, but projection. It is an equal shadow cast by the true object. Danger. It is not a matter of how great the work is. It is something. If something has been accomplished once, there should be no problem recreating it. Rampage. There is another problem. Yes, the problem is the body cannot keep up with the function. My body is burning. I wonder if those extra problem is if those extra problem is are intentional, or if that's a weird translation mistake. Every cell in me ignites. My nerves let out to agonizing cries. My retina is crack and dry up, and my heartbeat disappears. I ignore my body's order to stop. I omit the process of the idea of creation, the basic framework of the quality of the composition materials, the technique necessary for creating, the experience of being dependent on, the accumulated years in one breath, and create Kansha and Bakuya. My whole body burns. To use projection right now would mean to die. Shiromiya's body cannot bear such abnormal use of magecraft. My head ignores that and gets ahead of itself, and therefore my body will perish. But there's no way that can be a problem. No, it can't be. I'll die if I create a sword? No way. This body is a magic circuit specialized for that purpose alone. I've been helped by these swords and have lived with swords. Therefore, I don't know about others, but there's no way I would self-destruct over something like creating a sword. Projected archers, twin swords. I repel it. The weapons in my hands are the same. The enemy I'm confronting is the same. Kansho and Bakuya are in my hands. The reproduced archer's noble phantasm repels Kazuki's fists once again. It stopped. Kazuki must have figured out it would turn out the same as last time, as he slightly distances himself. My lung explodes. The breath I've been holding bursts out of my mouth. I can't feel my left shoulder. My wound has completely opened up, and the blood stains on my bandage. Not only on my bandage, but and the blood stains not only on my bandage, but my clothes as well. It's not from the damage of projection. 2 blows. My left arm is destroyed just from repelling Kazuki's fist twice. If I received one more blow, I bet a strange scene would unfold when my shoulder bone dislocated and my arm flew off, even though I got punched by a fist. I can't possibly reveal my internal conditions. I protect Tosaka's back while readying my swords, but Tosaka. You're secretly glad. Has stopped and is verbally attacking me. I'm relieved. My choice wasn't wrong. I'm glad that her kindness that's hard to understand isn't gone. No, now's not the time for that. It's too early to tell if my choice was right or not. I have to get out of here unwounded. Tosaka nods without a word and gets ready for battle. Kazuki is watching us with his fists ready to fight. He has no intention of letting us go. We are glaring at each other so that we don't let each other go. If either Tosaka or I move, he should react right away. But I can't be leisurely standing by. The wound on my shoulder is getting worse by the second. I'm losing concentration as I lose more blood. My body wasn't going to last long to start with. We're going to run away. We have to run away as soon as possible. If we're going to run away, we have to run away as soon as possible. But we can't run away that easily. If I move, Kazuki will obviously react. If he does, Tosaka will be the first one to be killed. I need to defeat Kuzuki to let Tosaka get away, but I don't have the power to defeat Kuzuki, and Kuzuki isn't the only enemy. That's a lot of Kuzukis. Behind Kuzuki is Castor and the traitor Archer. Well, worst comes to worst. That should be worst comes to worst. Saber might also become our enemy. Was there no exit to start with? There's no miracle where we can escape this devastating situation. I would want Tosaka to escape at the very least, but even that would require so much luck that it makes me disgusted.
そこまでのようね。あなたの乱入には驚いたけど、結果は変わらないわ。ええ、その顔では諦めもついたようだし。出てきたということは殺されてもいいということよね、坊や。
Yes, I would very much mind dying.
ここでおしまいにしてあげるわ。生かしておいても面倒でしょうし、ここでまとめて。
She's coming. I can only resist with all my might at this point, so I stand in front of Tosaka, putting strength into the twin swords. An intent to kill is released. Right before that reaches us, the Red Knight takes a hold of the atmosphere in an emotionless voice.
はあ、じゃあ、この場での発言権がないことぐらい読み取ってると思ったけど。
いや、言い忘れていたことがあった。お前の軍門に下るには一つだけ条件をつけたい。
条件ですって？
ああ、無抵抗でお前に自由を差し出したのだ。その代償としてこの場では奴らを見逃してやれ。どのみちマスターとしては機能しない者たちだ。殺す価値はないだろう。
A suggestion as though it doesn't concern him. Tosaka gazes at him intently.
見逃せですって。言動の割には甘いのね、あなた。
私とて人の子だ。さすがに裏切った瞬間に主を殺したでは後味が悪い。
裏切り者のくせによく本人の前で人並みのことを言えたものね。いいわ、今回は見逃してあげましょう。けれど次に目障りな真似をしたら誰が止めようと殺します。それでいいかしら、アーチャー。
当然だ。この状況でなお戦いを挑むような愚か者ならば手早く死んだ方がいい。
That must have concluded the negotiation. The killing intent that filled the sanctuary fades, and the tension to not let us go disappears.
そういうことよ、お二人さん。今回は見逃してあげるわ。さあ、敗者は敗者らしく逃げるように立ち去りなさい。
I glare at Castor, but Tosaka silently pulls my arm. She whispers in my ear. I calm my breathing and turn my back to the enemy in front of me. We slowly walk to the stairs without even running. The distance that seems so great is covered in just a few steps. A footstep. Tosaka puts a foot on the stairs and looks back at Castor once. No, that's not it. The one she looked back at was not Castor, but that man smiling beside our enemy.
恨むのなら筋違いだぞ、リン。マスターとしてこの女の方が優れていただけの話だ。 優劣が明確ならば私は強い方を取る。
そうね。けど後悔するわよ。私は絶対に降りない。いい？キャスターを倒してあんたを取り戻す。その時になって謝っても許さないんだから。
それは無駄骨だな。まあ自殺するというのなら止めはしないが。
She turns away and starts walking. Looking back at her side profile, she's biting her lip vexingly. Yet she doesn't speed up and leaves the underground sanctuary with confident steps and without looking back. We get out of the church. We didn't exchange words at all from the underground sanctuary to here. All right, we got that new servant data. Really? Is it just that is that what the updated data was? That Archer is now Caster's servant? My wound hurts. The sweat that formed on my forehead drips down and into my eyes, and my vision becomes cloudy. Even just walking hurts my wound too. My shoulder hurts every time I take a step, and my strides are getting shorter before I realize it.
Emiyu-kun?
I'm fine. I'm fine. Just tell your clone. Just tell your clones there's nothing to worry about. She looks at me as I'm falling behind. Then Tosaka suddenly looks at me with a straight face.
少し休みましょう。シロ、歩くのも辛いでしょう。
いや、大丈夫だ。このぐらいなら我慢できる。それより今は早く戻った方がいい。
Either my place or her place. It doesn't matter which one, but now I should get Tosaka back to her home ground as soon as possible. But for now, I should get Tosaka back to her home ground as soon as possible. Probably my place is a bad idea because the magic barrier is gone.
こっちの傷は気にするな。別に毒が塗り込まれたわけでもないんだから。
I ignore Tosaka's stare and starts walking. How pitiful. My knee's about to snap just as I say that.
ほら、もう無茶するんだから。その傷でクズキとやり合うなんて自殺行為よ。いいから休みなさい。あいつら、私たちを追いかけたりはしてこないわ。
だろうな。けど、少しでも早く家に戻ろう。俺なら、そう辛くはない。
あんたね、そんなに血が出てて辛くないなんて言わないでよ。なんで家に戻りたがるか知らないけど、今は休む方が先でしょ。
She yells at me. Yeah, she's not quite back to her normal self yet. She's lacking her usual calmness. She's an emotional person to start with, but I'm sure her anger will be unstoppable if her brakes give way.
ちょっと聞いてるの？綺麗じゃあるまいし、そんなに血の跡をつけて歩かれても迷惑なのよ。大体どうしてこんなことになってるわけ？ そりゃ教会に行けって言ったのは私だけど、すぐにヤバいってわからなかったの？
あのな、バカにすんな。それぐらい分かったぞ。のっぴきならない事態になってるって、教会を見た時から気づいてた。
ならすぐ帰りなさいバカ。それだけじゃない。傷も治ってないのに乱入してきて、おまけにまた投影。そんなの傷が悪化するのは当然じゃない。だって言うのに辛くはないですって。はあ、もうどうかしてる。なんだってそんな無茶するのよあんたは。
Tosaka goes off intensely. No, but it really isn't that painful. Besides,
遠坂の方が辛いだろう。
hey Rainbow Wrangler, welcome to the stream. How was your day? Thanks for the follow.
だから戻ろう。家に帰れば弱音を吐いてもいいんだから。
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get home as soon as possible. That's good. There's no need to act that strong. Tosaka can complain without constraint once we get back to her room at home. She wipes her face as if she's messed up and turns away. I can't think of what to say. That was...
信じらんない。男の子に泣かされた。
She murmurs while looking down. Then...
父さんって、俺の手握ってるぞ、お前。
うるさい。責任取れバカ。
傷が痛む。よりにもよって左手を引っ張るな。
This place was a foreigner cemetery from some time ago. When Tosaka walks down to the grassy area, she finally lets go of my hand.
今はこんな寄り道をしてる場合じゃ。
座って。いいから座って。
Her intensity doesn't let me object, so I sit down for now.
後ろを向いて、絶対に振り返らないこと。私の顔を見たら本当に怒るから。
I hear a sound behind me. We sit down back to back on the grass. I can't grasp what meaning there is to this. Tosaka is silent now, and she told me not to turn around. Made a bunch of inclusive shroomies that people can use as emote, so whatever they like. I've been going around offering to send them to people to celebrate Love Day. That's cool. She told me not to turn around. There's nothing to do, so I look up at the night sky for now. I gasp at how vast it is. Is it because we were underground for a long time? Or is it because the starry night, sky is clear tonight? Either way, the winter sky is so beautiful that it makes me forget my pain. I don't mind Tosaka's body heat as I feel that I feel through my back either. I gaze blankly at the dark sky, forgetting everything for now. How long have we been sitting like this? The person next to me talks to me in a calm voice.
独り言なんだけど。
Yeah, you can you can drop it off like somewhere or either on my Discord or in DMs, and I can check it out after stream. I see. I can't reply if she's just talking to herself. I keep watching the stars in silence.
少し間違えたかもしれない。あーちゃんの言う通り、 最初のうちに手段を選ばずキャスターを倒しておけばよかった。ショットの犠牲を気にして機会を図ってたけど、結局このままだと街中の人が犠牲になるでしょう。
She keeps talking. This must be her whining. She's not confessing because of what I said earlier. In short, Tosaka didn't want to reflect on her actions by herself, but wanted someone else to do it.
別に愚痴を言うわけじゃないけどね。私、いつも一番大事なことばっかりしくじるのよ。2番か3番か、そういうのがさらっとできるくせに、一番大事なものだけは手こずるんだ。
The winter sky is clear. But on the other hand, the temperature is freezing cold. I don't care about myself, but isn't Tosaka cold without a jacket? I'm a little worried about that.
アーチャーがあっち側に行ったのも、あいつだけの責任じゃないわ。結局、キャスターを野放しにしたのは私だもの。けど、参ったな。ついさっきあんなこと言ったのに、いきなり追い詰められちゃった。
She sighs deeply. I can't see it, but her breath must be white.
ちょっと、ここ、何にって突っ込むところだと思うんだけど。
ああ。で、何に追い詰められたんだ、遠坂。
うん。後悔はしたくないってこと。あいつは私はそういう性格じゃないって言ってたけど、今が正念場みたい。シローがあんなこと言うから余計失敗したなって落ち込んじゃった。
I see. I don't really get what she's talking about, but what Archer said is correct. Tosaka is not the type to regret anything.
尺に触るけど、俺もアーチャーの意見には同感だ。遠坂は何も反省することなんてない。
どうしてよ。現にキャスターはやりたい放題で、アーチャーにまで愛想をつかされた。これ、私が方針を間違えたからでしょ。
それは単に失敗しただけだろ。遠坂は間違えてなんかない。間違えていないなら失敗しても胸を張れると思う。
In the process, if you walk down the path that you believe is right, you cannot be wrong. Most people would realize that the path they chose itself was wrong, but she's different. Any path she chooses should be something she is proud of.
そうだな。正直、俺にはお前が眩しい。俺も後悔はしない。自分のやってきたことが正しいって信じてる。けど、それは継ぎはぎだらけだ。
I won't regret anything. I want to make the tragedies that happened into meaningful things by believing that the path I took is correct.
でも、お前は違うだろ。後悔はしたらしたで、きっとその倍は仕返しをするタイプだ。俺は継ぎはぎでなんとかごまかしてるけど、お前は平気な顔で粉々にしちまうんだ。
If you need help with that, I know someone who has a bat.
採算は取れてる。たまにしか落ち込まないだろうけど、遠坂はその後が怖い。お前を落ち込ませた相手は何倍もお前に落ち込まされると思う。
何それ、追い打ち？
Hmm.
鬼がか乱してるうちに言っておこうと思って。でもまあ事実なんじゃないか。遠坂、このままで済ます気はないんだろ。
I also say, as if I'm talking to myself while looking at the sky. Tosaka doesn't answer, but somehow I feel like she smiled, as though she pulled herself together. and silence follows. Tosaka must have said everything she wanted to say as she goes silent again. I aimlessly look up at the night sky. We should be going home, but neither of us can stand up, so we just keep our backs together.
そういえば、どうして私を助けたの、シロ?
I can't explain. There's so many reasons. I feel like it's silly to explain each one. That's how I feel, so I decide to tell her what I need to tell her most.
このペンダント、見覚えあるだろう。
I show her the pendant. That's what I thought. I bet she tried to hide it, but she made a mistake again.
それ、どうして？
遠坂の部屋で見つけた。あ、帰ったらびっくりするだろうけど、すまん。化粧台倒しちまった。
I returned the pendant to Tosaka from behind her.
で、それがどうしたっていうのよ、あなたは。
いや、これと同じペンダント、俺の家にもあるんだ。学校でランサーに殺されかけた時、気がついたら近くに落ちてたんで、拾ってそのまま。
I innocuously hint about that night. Then
そっちにも同じものがある。
Tosaka gasps, as if she saw something she shouldn't have seen.
あれ、なんかおかしなこと言ったか、
俺。別に。それより、どうしてそれが私を助けた理由になるのよ。別にいいじゃない、そんなペンダントなんて。
そうだな。ああ、本当はただの後付けだ。白状すると、ずっと前から遠坂凛ってやつに憧れてた。で、困ったことにいざ話してみたら余計好きになっちまった。だから死んでほしくなくて、気がつけば何も考えずに飛び降りていただけだ。
あんたね、そういう歯に衣着せぬ発言はやめなさい。考えなしに思ったことを口にしてると、どこかしらで誤解を招くんだから。
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone! Told you this game was still thematically correct.
招くか、そんなの。俺、本当に遠坂のことを好きだぞ。
I became obstinate and immediately reply. It's not a lie. There's no misunderstanding to be had.
バカ、そんなだから自殺同然で飛び込んでくるのよ。大バカ。
Tosaka repeatedly calls me an idiot. Baka! She's criticizing me mercilessly, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. The night sky is beautiful, and I feel calm. Most of all, I feel really happy that Tosaka is back to her usual self.
よし、シロの言う通り、そろそろ家に帰りましょうか。ほら、手を出して。その傷だと立つのも辛いでしょ。
I grab her hand with my right hand. Tosaka let out an energetic sound and pulls me up.
これで貸し借りはなしね。今日のことはお互いノーカウントってことにしましょう。
Yeah, that helps. I don't know what that pendant meant to Tosaka, but I bet I would feel more indebted to Tosaka if I found out. Tosaka didn't want that and said that the incidents offset each other. That's why Tosaka didn't feel indebted about being helped earlier either. And we leave the foreigner's cemetery. On the way back, quietly,
助けてくれてありがとう、シロ。すっごく助かったわ。
Tosaka adds with embarrassment. We go down the hill. When we're about to go back to our home ground, where we can be at ease, Tosaka heads for my place instead of hers, as if it's natural. But my place is still a bad idea? The barrier is still gone? We're back at my place. I never thought we would make it back alive, so the tension in my shoulder relaxes as soon as I get in the living room. I feel a bit dizzy and lean against the wall.
ほら見なさい。やっぱりまともに立ってられないじゃない、バカ。
Tosaka is right, but I think the last part was unnecessary. How many times did she call me an idiot today? I feel like she set a new record today. Shiro, you should know your anime tropes. That's the most common word used by tsunderes.
ほら、こっちに来なさい。とりあえず包帯ぐらい変えないとまずいでしょ。
Now that you mention it, I have been bleeding profusely for a while now. My head's spinning. I nod at her stare that won't let me say otherwise and go to Tosaka.
この救急箱を使っていいんでしょ。さすが家に道場があるだけのことはあるわね。
Well, we actually started to stock up on the second Saber started training me.
ハサミばかりか、針と糸が入ってる救急箱ってのも珍しいわ。ってほら早く服を脱いで傷を見せなさいってば。
服脱ぐのか。あ、いや、その前に手当てぐらい自分でできる。今朝だって自分でやったんだから問題ない。
あのね、何遠慮してるか知らないけど、そもそもその傷の手当てをしたのは誰だと思ってるの？
けどあの時はその。
I was unconscious, so I was only causing an inconvenience to Tosaka.
あの時もこの時もないの。いいから早くしなさい。シローの傷は特別なんだから、ちゃんと見ないと治るものも治らなくなるじゃない。
How unfair. I can't complain if she tells me with a face like that.
それじゃあ頼んだ。正直に言うと、さっきからやけに熱くなってる。
It could be because I tried to cauterize it with that pipe I keep trying to stick in my spine. I give up and sit down. Seeing that my clothes are stained with blood, Tosaka gives up taking it off and starts cutting it right away. She then quickly but carefully takes off the bandages. It must have been bad, as Tosaka slightly gasped. But I'm troubled as well. It's so embarrassing having her stare at my body so closely.
本当に無茶するんだから。せっかく治りかけてたのがまた開いてるわよ。まったく。こんなの見せられたら怒るに怒れないじゃない。
She talks abusively, yet gently touches my wound. Damn, I'm getting dizzy for a different reason. I was calm even when we were that close earlier, but now my heart is unstable and I don't know where to look. I mutter inside and hit my boiled head, but it does no good. The temperature inside my head will keep going up if I stay like this.
そのもういいだろ。血止めをして可能止め塗って包帯を巻き直してくれればいいから。
そういうのは手当てって言わない。宣言撤回、やっぱり頭にきた。 そんな気休めで外に出たわけね、あんたは。
A slapping sound. What was that for? Tosaka slapped me on my wound without mercy.
何の恨みがあるんだお前。
恨みなら骨髄まで染み渡っているっていうの。それでも手加減してあげたんだから感謝しなさい。
Saying that, she takes out something that looks like homemade ointment.
今の痛かったでしょ。とりあえず壊死してる神経を治したからしばらくは痛むわよ。これには痛み止めも含まれてるけど、もともと破損した肉の代わりだから。馴染むまでは痛むけど、痛みがあるうちは無茶しちゃダメだからね。
She applies the jelly-like substance to my wound. It looks really suspicious, but Tosaka is treating me seriously.
はい、これで終わり。あとは包帯を巻いてぐっすり寝れば、明日には幾分楽になってるはずよ。
She skillfully wraps the bandages around the wound. I'm not praising her, but her wrapping is much better than mine.
サンキュー、トサカ。なんか楽になった。
I thank her, trying not to make eye contact.
まあ、それならいいけど、楽になったって言うんなら見た甲斐があったわ。
ああ、治らないものと覚悟してたから余計助かった。ともかく手当てをしてくれてありがとう。
そんなの当たり前でしょ。私が見る以上はきっかり直してみせるんだから。
Finishing the treatment, Tosaka stands up. Then, I don't know why, but she heads straight to the kitchen.
トサカ？
Am I seeing things? She's checking inside the refrigerator and the rice cooker.
おい、何をするつもりなんだ。
夕ご飯の支度。白食べてないでしょ。私も食べてないのよ。だからとりあえず夕食。
And by preparing dinner, I mean I'm raiding your fridge.
ああ、それは見ればわかる。けど、どうしてこの状況で夕飯なんだ？
なんでって当然じゃない。人間空腹でまともな案が浮かぶわけないでしょ。
I mean, she's not wrong. And Tosaka declares while glaring at the inside of the refrigerator. The sound of clashing tableware echoes. It's past 10 p.m. I don't know how it ended up like this, but I'm eating a late dinner with Tosaka in the living room. By the way, the dinner was made by both of us. Princess Tosaka wanted to eat Japanese cuisine, but she didn't even know how to make miso soup. It makes me worried that our school is teaching what our school is teaching the girls in cooking class. Ah, yes, because cooking girls. Cooking is a girl's thing, says the guy who can cook, and he isn't even considering becoming a chef. Like, fuck's sake, Shiro. Cooking is a life skill, not a gender role. Tosaka focuses on her meal. She must be hungry as her bowl is almost empty. But I don't have much of an appetite right now. It's partly because this isn't the time to be eating. It's more because I haven't said it yet. I haven't expressed my thoughts to Tosaka, who told me as she left.
Tosaka, 話がある。
I put my chopsticks down and look at Tosaka.
何？
あれから考えたんだ。俺がこの戦いを始めた理由を。一体何がしたかったのかってこと。
それで？
She urges me as she sips her miso soup. and puts my spirit down. It puts my spirit down, but I put strength in my optimism and refusing to
初
lose.
めは巻き込まれたからだった。そしてマスターになった以上はこの戦いをどうにかしたかった。けどマスターになったとか巻き込まれたとかそんなのは関係がない。俺は正義の味方が好きなんだ。だからみんなを守らないと。マスターなんてどうでもいい。マスターでなくなってもセイバーがいなくなっても戦うことには変わりはない。
I said, ready for Tosaka's rebuttal. But Tosaka
そう。
gives an absent-minded answer and finishes the food in her bowl.
あのな、トーサカ。人が真面目に話してるんだからちゃんと。
聞いてるわよ。シローは一人でも戦うのよね。死ぬような目に遭うより死ぬような目に遭ってしまう人がいるっていう事実が耐えられない。だからどんなに自分が弱くても戦うことに決めたんでしょ。
You could have left out that last bit, but yeah. She looks straight at me. It's as if she sees through a part of me that even I don't know about with integrity, and approves of me fighting.
うん、そうだけど。
何よその顔。リスが砂糖菓子舐めたような顔して。
いや、だってトーサカは反対するかと思ってた。
してるわよ、もちろん。けどあれだけ見事に助けられたんだからシローに文句なんて言えないでしょ。それにさ、どんなに止めたってあんたはそういうやつなんだって分かっちゃったし。
Tosaka averts her gaze a bit. I don't know why, but anyway.
じゃあトーサカ、これからも協力体制ってことでいいんだな。
まあね、仕方ないから付き合ってあげる。だいたいあんたみたいなのを一人にしてたら不安で眠れないし、それに。
She takes a deep breath. After getting ready for some reason,
シロー風に言えば私もシローのこと嫌いじゃないし。
she's just going full tsundere now.
私はそういうわけだし、そっちだって一緒にいても問題ないでしょ、実際。
And I love the fact that she's doing it, holding out the bowl like, give me more. Tosaka hands me her bowl. How long did it take for me to realize that she is asking for seconds?
ああ、もちろん。トーサカがどんなに横暴でも望むところだ。
Nicely worded, Shiro. Nicely worded. I take the bowl, open the rice cooker, and swing the rice paddle, and hand it back to her with an extra portion.
いいけど、お腹減ってるし、ご飯美味しいし。
Tosaka starts eating the mountain of rice. I let out a smile. I bet I'm eating with the really happy expression. But I can't put my smile away even if I'm aware. I'm so happy right now, so let me smile like a fool for a while. Well, now we're drinking tea together after
つ
dinner.
まり東映には東映なりの限度ってものがあるわけ。一見イメージを形にするっていう何でもありに見えるけど、東映にはいろいろと独自のルールがある。その制約の中で一番わかりやすいのは投影物の損傷、存在における強度ってやつよ。
Tosaka puts up a finger while she drinks her
存
tea.
在における強度。何？ 幻想なるものの存在に耐えられない軽さってやつ。
I sip on my green tea and tilt my head in response.
何も知らないようでいてつまんない言葉知ってるのね、あなた。けどまあ当たらずとも遠からずかな。投影は自己のイメージからそれに沿った本物を完璧に複製する。これに例外はないわ。自分の中で完璧でなければ投影はできない。新作の影である以上、一部の隙も許されないのが投影魔術よ。だから基本的に投影によって生み出されたものは自己のイメージ通りの強度を持つわ。幻想という点においてはこの時点で完璧なのよ。加えて投影する術者のイメージ、知識が本物に近ければ近いほど現実においても完璧になるわけ。
ちょっと待った、それはおかしい。俺アーチャーの剣を投影しただろ。けどそれはクズキに壊された。いくらクズキの拳にキャスターの強化がかかってるからって宝具を壊せるほどじゃない。ってことは俺が投影したアーチャーの干渉と爆矢はオリジナルに数段劣るってことじゃないのか。
はい、いいところに気がつきました、エミヤ君。それが投影の限界、存在における強度ってやつよ。いい？投影はあくまで投影、想像じゃない。投影を作り上げるのは術者のイメージだけだから、イメージそのものにほころびが生じた時、本物と同じ性能であろうと無産するの。
イメージにほころびが生じる？それも変じゃないか。イメージが間違っていたらそもそも投影はできないんだろ。
ええ、だからほころびが生じるのは投影した後になるわ。そうね、例えばシローが絶対に折れない名剣を投影したとするでしょ。
I nod. Tosaka nods in satisfaction.
けど絶対に折れない剣なんてものはない。その剣の表現方法、伝承、売り文句などに絶対に折れないというパーソナリティがあるだけで、実際はそれを上回る幻想にぶつかれば刃こぼれぐらいするし、折れることだってある。
それ折れた時点で俺のイメージが間違っていたってことにならないか。俺は
ならない。
それ折れた時点で俺のイメージが間違っていたってことにならないか。俺は折れない剣を作ったんだから。それ
投影が成功した時点で形の上での間違いはないんだし、そもそも折れない剣なんて名前みたいなものでしょ。実際に折れない剣なんてないんだから。けどシロ、あなたがイメージしたものは絶対に折れない剣よね。これが現実で折れちゃった場合、投影されたものは嘘になるのよ。それは剣が折れたからじゃないわ。あなたがイメージしたものは折れない剣。それが折れてしまった時点でシロの中の折れない剣と今折れてしまった剣は別物になる。あなたと現実、その計りが崩れてしまうから。
So to sum it up,
つまり俺は折れない剣を想像して投影した。けど実際に投影した剣は戦闘中に折れてしまった。その時点で俺自身がその剣をなんだよ実際は折れちまうじゃないかこの剣と否定してしまって、結果として投影したものは消えるってことか。そのイメージの齟齬によって。
冴えてるじゃない。ええ、つまりはそういうこと。あなたはアーチャーの剣を投影した。あなたの中であれがどんな位置づけだったかは知らないけど、 シロ自身はクズキの攻撃で壊れるような剣をイメージしてはいなかった。けど実際に剣は破壊されてしまった。その時点であなたはその剣をこんなのはアーチャーの剣じゃないと思ってしまったのよ。で、作り上げられた投影は術者の否定によって存在強度を失い、元の空想に戻ったってわけ。
I see. Even projected weapons can break. But it's not the enemy that makes the projected weapon disappear, but yourself. When the difference between your image and reality becomes too big to amend, the projected weapon disappears. Most of all, it is because the one who created it stopped believing in that illusion.
わかった？だから投影魔術はまず設計図から入るの。あとは材質と性質、歴史なんかも考慮すべきね。そのあたりから固めていけば、多少現実でイメージと違ってもすぐに消えるなんてことはないでしょ。
それならなぜそれを作る気になったのかってのが最初じゃないか。材料と技法だけじゃダメだ。今日の夕飯だってまず遠坂が和風が食べたいって言ったから始まっただろ。なら創作する上での発端から始めないと。
Oh, Tosaka is stunned. Tosaka stares at me. I sip my tea and tilt my head in wonder.
なんでこんな話になったんだっけ？
そういえばそうよね。私たち確か今後の作戦を話し合ってたような。
Yeah, that's right. As we were talking about what we should do moving forward, Tosaka
本格的に投影魔術をやってみない？
said an irresponsible thing like that.
思い出した。不確定な要素に希望を持っちゃうぐらい行き詰まってたんだっけ。
まあそうだな。第一、俺の投影なんて剣を作れる程度だ。それも今まで役に立ったことなんてないんだから大した戦力にならないだろう。
Oh, she's looking at me with weird eyes again. I wonder why she makes that expression when we talk about projection magecraft. Yeah, it's because our projection is such an oddball.
まあいいわ。もう一度状況を確認しましょう。目下のところ敵はキャスター。あいつだけなら大したことはないけど、白兵性に長けたマスターとあっち側についたアーチャーに守られている限り手は出せないわ。加えてセイバーが操られるのも時間の問題。状況は刻一刻と悪くなっていくわけだけど。
ああ、けどアーチャーはともかくセイバーはまだキャスターの自由にはなっていない。それが正気といえば正気だろう。セイバーが完全にキャスターの軍門に下ったら、それこそ俺たちに勝ち目はない。
Besides, I won't let that happen. She told me to run. For the sake of Saber, who said that while crying, I can't let Castor have her way.
そういうことね。それじゃあ意見のある人は挙手。シロ、なんかいいアイデアある？
A plan will be a solution to the current situation. A plan that will be a solution to our current situation. If there's a way to oppose Castor, it's... These don't do anything. These don't give us any points or anything, but they will give us different scenes. What is with the weird way Fate Stay Night is acting? I have to click on the thing several times to get back into the game. It's impossible with just the two of us. We'll cooperate with other masters. They aren't opponents that we can take on by ourselves. There are 3 enemies, so we need at least one more person to cooperate with us. In that case, our choices are limited. People who are also mages have a reason to fight Caster. That is none other than another master.
怒らないで聞いてくれ。その他のマスターとは協力できないかな。
いいわ。その心は？口にするからには何か算段があるんでしょ？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだが、今のキャスターの状態は他のマスターにとっても無視できないだろう。なら今回だけってことで手を組めるかもしれないと思って。
ええ、実は私も同じことを考えてた。てっきりシロを反対すると思ってたから黙ってたんだけどね。
She said with a reluctant expression. She must not like the idea deep down, but she must know that that's the only option we have.
となると、残るマスターは2人。ランサーのマスターとバーサーカーのマスターね。ランサーのマスターは不明のままだから交渉のしようもないけど、バーサーカーのマスターであるイリアスフィールなら可能性はあるかもしれない。
Berserker's master. The girl in white and the rock-like giant I met on the first day. Her actions were dangerous, but I don't think she's cruel.
そうだな。あの子なら話し合いに応じてくれそうだ。見返りに無茶な条件も出してきそうにないし。
バカ。シローにとっちゃあいつが一番ヤバいのよ。あいつ、初めっからシローしか見てなかったもの。私はともかく、あんたはどんな目に遭わされるか分かったもんじゃないわよ。
なんだよそれ。俺はあの子と一度しか会ってないんだ。そんなことになるわけないだろう。脅かしっこなしだぞ、父さんが。
そんなことになったら交渉なんて破棄に決まってるじゃない、バカ。
And she looks away, then chugs her tea.
けど、今はイリアスフィールにかけるしかないわね。キャスターの正体がアーチャーの言う通りなら、間違いなくバーサーカーは天敵だし。何しろ生前の知り合いだもの。キャスターの手口なんて知り尽くしてるでしょ。バーサーカーならキャスターとアーチャーが同時に攻めてきても追い返せる。私たちはその間にクズキ一人を攻略すればいい。
そりゃ理想論だけど、父さんがキャスターはバーサーカーと関係があるのか？
Well, yeah, she's she's Medea, and both Heracles and her were part of the Argonauts.
ええ、アーチャーが言ってたのよ。バーサーカーの正体はヘラクレスだって。キャスターが本当にあの希代の魔女なら、アルゴーセンつながりでバーサーカーとは面識があるかもしれない。私が綺麗に苦手意識を持つのと同じ。世の中にはね、どうしたって苦手なやつっているもんなのよ。
Huh. But Tosaka, I'm sure anyone would dislike that priest. I mean, you'd be surprised.
じゃあ決まりだな。けど、どうやってあの子を見つけようか。あれ以来出てこないけど、あれだけの魔力を持ってるなら、隠れていようと見つけ出せるだろ。なのに見つからないってことは、この町にはいないってことじゃないのか。
でしょうね。イリアスフィールは ずっと遠くから聖杯戦争を眺めて楽しんでるんでしょ。
ずっと遠く？キャスターみたいに竜道寺から街を監視してるのか？
さあ、けどどこにいるかは見当がつく。昔父さんから聞いたことがあるのよ。アインツベルンは郊外の森に別荘を持ってるって。
I remember that. We barely survived it in the fate route. She says with a tense voice. A villa that stands in the forest on the outskirts. I can tell how dangerous the place is just from the way Tosok is acting. I go back to my room and lie down. Sleepiness spreads to my whole body as soon as I do. I stare at the dark ceiling. We're going to Eliasville, that girl in White's hideout tomorrow. No matter what kind of negotiations take place, it's obvious that it'll become a trial of strength. Tosaka suggested that we take a nap before we head over, since we won't be able to achieve good results if we go with tired bodies. The young master that appeared in front of us on the night that I became a master. If Saber is an excellent servant in all aspects, then Berserker is specialized when it comes to battle. There's no servant that can match Berserker simply in terms of battle. Saying it makes me believe that it's impossible to negotiate with them. However, strangely, I don't feel any uneasiness. I feel like that Elia will understand if we talk to her. Just like Tosaka, I'm sure she can differentiate her ally is her enemy is and allies as a mage. I don't, but I feel like she's a decent kid in a different regard. I bet she would flame me, saying that it's a convenient fantasy. But what's wrong with believing that? Is it weird to have hope for someone who you don't know and are about to meet? I realize that I'm gritting my teeth. The man that told me to drown in my ideals betrayed Tosaka in front of my eyes. A guy with that much trust and power changed his beliefs that easily. I feel my heart start to sink. No, is it freezing? My mind freezes just thinking back at his actions. I'm angry. I can't forgive him for betraying Tosaka out of all people. I can't forgive him for abandoning his ally out of all people. I will never be like that. Even if that had been the very best action to survive, and it ends up being the correct path, I will never do something like that. His actions have been getting on my nerves. He told me not to talk about ideals. I rebelled against him when he said that I can't save everyone. Even then, I agreed somewhere in my heart. His words are correct. The hero of justice that my old man talked about was just a pipe dream, and I accepted the fact that I have become like that I have to become like him if I wanted to get as close to that ideal as possible. I've been denying it. Even though I had to accept it in my mind. But this time isn't that kind. But this time isn't that kind of level. I can't accept him. I can't accept the action that he took. The action that he took, no matter the circumstances. I won't be able to keep standing if I approve of it. My words don't disperse into the night and remain in the room. A few more hours until dawn. I keep repeating those words in my mud-like slumber. Versus Berserker. Well, we're going to fight Berserker again. We're supremely underpowered. She ponders in the dark by herself. It has already been a day since she attacked the church and killed the priest. It has been a day since she declared that she will find it no matter where it's hidden, and if it exists. It may not be the case for other servants, but there is no way someone as versed in magecraft as her cannot find a holy relic like the Holy Grail. Then there is only one answer. The Holy Grail never existed in this church to start with. Letting out a small sigh, she puts her finger on her temple. When she closes her eyes, the darkness weighs heavily on her whole body. That is simply a scream. It is not someone else's. The scream comes from her body and mind, telling her that she is in a critical state of fatigue. It has already been a month since she was summoned. During that time, she has done her best just to win. Her master is an ordinary person without a magic circuit, and she herself is the weakest of the servants. In order to make up for that shortcoming, she abused magecraft that was prohibited. She has been exploiting the citizens. She has been manipulating the ley line, using human sacrifices and the threads of magical energy that she placed throughout the town. That is the cause for why she was called a witch when she was alive. But she had never used them before. She should have never used them, and she had no intention of doing the forbidden. So, why did she end up using them for such a meaningless kill fest? She became a heroic spirit for her own revenge. However, she understands that it is meaningless to use magecraft that diminishes her to being a witch. She only uses trivial magecraft. It was her creed to inflict certain curses that people referred to as disasters. They could only cause people to destroy themselves with their own greed and return to their true selves. That was all the revenge she could manage. So what caused her to stray from her path so much?
全ては聖杯のため。あらゆる望みを叶える聖杯なのだから、気が違うのは当然です。
That is a lie. She knows the true identity of the Holy Grail. She has known what the thing is and for what objective servants like her are summoned for a long time. It is true that those wishes can be granted by the Holy Grail that appears in this town. It could allow her to stay in this world as a physical entity instead of a heroic spirit, thereby allowing her to live a second life as a human. However,
そんなことに何の意味があるというの?
She mutters and closes her eyes. She empties her mind. For a moment, she temporarily lets her guard down and rests her mind. She hears the sound of rain. It was a moonless night. Her empty heart wandered in the surrounding pitch black darkness. That is where she met him. With a bloody body and frozen limbs, That coincidence was a miracle among miracles. It took place at the mountain that houses Rito Temple. Falling rain. She wanders aimlessly in the gloomy, dense forest. She leaves behind traces of blood. In her hand is a dagger that breaks contracts. A purple robe as wet as the rain, and her limbs had turned white from the winter rain. She staggers around, holding onto the trees for support. She walked on, dirtied with mud, her breath ragged, reaching out at her hand as if asking for help. She did not look like her usual self that is always composed. No, there is not even any remnants of magical energy. She is exhausted. There's only a fistful of magic left in her. For a servant, magical energy is like the body that allows them to exist. But she was losing all her magical energy because her master was not supplying her with any. But that is only natural. She killed her own master just now. That is the sole cause for her exhaustion. She, the servant known as Castor, was trying to disappear in this mountain as compensation for obtaining freedom. A dry laugh. It is funny that her body is falling apart after she stabbed her vulgar master in the back. Moreover, it's also funny that she underestimated her connection with her master. She had done well. Her master was a legitimate master. He was in his 30s, had an average build, and didn't have any notable characteristics. He didn't have any intention to fight, but dreamed only of winning. He was a man that had only waited for self-destruction, for the self-destruction of other masters in the shadows. The man didn't trust Castor. He disliked Castor as a skilled mage, and he insulted her for being inferior to other servants. She gave up on him after a few days. She acted as an obedient servant and continued to fulfill the man's self-esteem. As a result, she made him use his command spells on simple, meaningless things. She told him he did not need his command spells. She made him believe she would pledge her loyalty to her master even without the command spells. The conclusion? It was his fault for believing her. The master used his 3 command spells on meaningless things, and he was killed by Castor at that moment. It was easy. It was unpleasant for a contract with that man to still exist, so she finished him off with the contract breaker. But she had made a mistake. Servants exist using the supply of magical energy from their master. But it isn't just about obtaining magical energy. Servants are only allowed to exist in this age because they are connected to a human from this age. In other words, to lose one's master, their passport to this age, means being deported to the outside world. However, one would not normally be this exhausted. This is the curse that her master left. Her master did not approve of Castor, a mage that is more skilled than him. Therefore, he always kept her magical energy supply at a level below his own. The amount of magical energy that a human possesses is not enough to keep a heroic spirit in this world. She would normally be able to last 2 days, even if she lost her master. But this time is different. Her magical energy was drastically decreasing with every second, and she starts to see the end. Probably a few more minutes. She will disappear if she doesn't find the next master to make a contract with. She was going to disappear before she could even fight, as a pitiful servant that got summoned just to be trampled on, unable to accomplish anything at all. It was vexing. It was vexing, but it was not a big deal. Because it was always like that. She was always treated unfairly. She was always someone else's tool, and she was never understood by anyone. Yes, her life was always controlled by someone else. Her mind was destroyed at a young age in order to save Jason, a hero chosen by the gods. Just for the sake of the hero the goddess of beauty happened to favor, the goddess cursed her with to blindly love a man and she did not even know. With a blank mind, she betrayed her father and even her own country. She has no recollection of anything that happened afterwards. After anything was over, the girl, who was a princess, was in an unfamiliar country. The girl who betrayed her father, the king, for a man. The witch who cut apart her own brother and mercilessly threw the pieces into the sea. The man who wished for that. The man who wished for that in order to become the king. The man who wished for that in order to become the king cast her aside, saying that he could not marry a witch. She was taken to an unfamiliar country while still being manipulated, was labeled as a witch, and the only person she could rely on threw her away. That is her origin. She had nothing to be blamed for, and the people around her understood that. I should note that in FGO, Castor has an unyielding hatred for Jason. And yeah, this explains a lot in that regard. Despite that, the people still demanded she continue to play the role of a witch, an evil to protect the king, an evil to be on the receiving end of dark superstitions. They wanted a convenient scapegoat that they could blame for any disaster. That system hasn't changed. Humans desire an easy, understandable evil so that they can reassure themselves of their own goodness. In that regard, she was the perfect scapegoat. The father she could rely on was in a distant country. There was not a single person who defended her, so the people who could comfortably comfortably blame her for things. How they are poor, how they hate others, how people are ugly, even how people die. They decided that everything was that witch's fault. That's why she just accepted it. Since she can only live as a witch, she decided to live like a witch. She just swore she would show them how ugly the thing they desired and celebrated was. If people do not know their ugliness, then so be it. They can stay ignorant, go to hell for their own crimes, and suffer forever. They will not be able to get out of hell. They can only suffer as criminals for the rest of their lives, since they do not know what crimes they have committed. That is the meaning of existence she imposed for herself. the role that they gave to the girl who had been called a witch and never had free will. But something like that, it's not something that someone wished for. That is the same for her. She just continues to seek revenge without any wishes of her own. Yes, until she met this stranger at this moment. A rustling sound. She glares ahead while struggling to remain conscious. It is midnight. What kind of human would come into this forest?
そこで何をしている?
It was a heavy voice. She did not even have the composure to check who it was. She just thought it was all over. She had no power to use magecraft. Her purple robe might have looked like a coat, but she was covered in blood from the waist down. A man covered in blood is hiding in this rain. It was obvious as the human would. It was obvious what the human would do just from seeing that. They would run away first. What would they do after that? Would they either report it or pretend they hadn't seen it? Either way, it didn't matter to her, as she could not move as she wanted to. That caused the last of her spirit to give out. Her final moment was lonely and cold, just like the end of her true lifetime. Or so she thought. When she regained consciousness, she was at that place. Sitting in front of her was that human, the man she met in the woods.
起きたか? 事情は話せるか?
Those were his first words. When she watched the man with blank amazement,
迷惑だったのなら帰るがいい. 忘れろというなら忘れよ.
the man tells her in a tone and a voice that doesn't change. That was how she met her master, Shuichiro Kazuki. Kazuki was a strange man. Should he be called a ghost? He had no reason to live, but he had no reason to die. He was just there, and since he existed, he just did what was given to him. He had no self. That was her first impression of him, so she thought that it would be easy to turn him into a puppet. She gradually realized that was a mistake. Shuichiro Kazuki has no past. He has no self because he has no past, but it does not mean Kazuki himself is empty. In reality, Kazuki was a sincere man. He easily accepted her when she told him he wanted him to be her master when she revealed her identity. If she asks,
今のは嘘なのか?
he replies with, of course, if she replied to him that it is the truth, then he would accept it. She was able to stay in this world and gained a new master, by gaining a new master and able to return to her role as a witch. Even now, she thinks that was a miracle. She wouldn't have disappeared before she awakened if she had not been taken to Ryoto Temple. Ryoto Temple is a demonic place for serpents, but it was the perfect place for summoning once inside. The bounded field that surrounded Ryoto Temple is useful for keeping any inhuman beings inside from disappearing. She was saved right before going to disappear. She was going to disappear because she was brought to Ryoto Temple. If it had been a different place, she would have vanished after being taken there. As a result, she found the best ley line, and she found the best ley line and an impregnable defense. She was easily able to take over Ryoto Temple, figuring out the mechanism of the Holy Grail, and summoned the assassin as the fifth servant. But such things are trivial matters. She was certainly lucky that night. Many miracles saved her, and now victory was within her sight. But none of it was worth her thanks. If there was nothing, she would have been just as content to give up. There was just one thing that was really important. A very small matter that is not important to anyone else. The coincidence that she was able to see Shuichiro Kuzuki as a miracle beyond belief is a miracle beyond belief. But even that's not going well. No, she sighs that nothing does. She sighs that nothing she does goes well. Her master won't be happy even if she does such a thing like this. He has not had any interest in the Holy Grail from the start. If he had a clear wish, she would do her best to grant it, but Shuichiro Kuzuki has none. A one-sided relationship. They do not get along well. Even the fact that their relationship is like that shows things aren't going well. She turns her head to the intruder. It is not her master standing there. It is the knight in a red cloak, Archer, whose identity is still unknown.
Archer. あなたには外の見張りを任せたはずですが。
ああ、それがな、ざっと見たところ、周囲に敵という敵がいない。退屈を持て余してね、中の様子を見に来たのだ。
それはそうでしょうね。私たちの敵はバーサーカーだけよ。それもセイバーさえ陥落すればこちらから撃って出るだけ。あなたが私たちに寝返った時点でもう敵なんていないのよ。あなたもそれが分かっていたからこそこちらに着いたのではなくて。
さてどうかな。私はあのマスターと契約を切りたかっただけとは思わないか。あのマスター以外なら契約者は誰でもよかったと。
Archer's frivolous talk has some truth in it. But what does that mean? Does that mean Archer has no intention of betraying but betrayed his master only because he wanted to break his contract with Rin Tosaka?
小娘のおもりはごめんということ。確かに私たちサーバントは総じてマスターに不満を持つわ。あなたが愛想を尽かすのも当然でしょうね。
いや、召喚者として彼女は完璧だった。ただ少しばかり狂いが生じただけだ。それとキャスター、一つ忠告しよう。あらゆるサーバントが君と同じだとは思わないことだ。少なくともセイバーとバーサーカーは主に不満を抱いてはいなかった。正しい英雄というものはね、正しい人間にしか刺激できないものなんだ。
何を今さら。ねじ曲がったマスターだからこそねじ曲がった英霊を呼ぶ。そのようなことあなたに言われるまでもないわ。
That is right. The quality of a servant changes depending on the summoner. Summoners with dark shadows in their minds cannot summon an heroic spirit who are on the side of light. Ah, we saw different in Samurai Remnant. In that regard, she and Ryder are not heroic spirits. A twisted summoner calls for twisted heroic spirits. Just as Ryder was once a beautiful being, so too was Castor once a pure being. It is ironic that the heroic spirit that Castor summoned was a fictional hero.
しかし、考えてみればおかしな話だな。君やライダーは英霊に敵対するものだろう。にもかかわらず、サーバントとして選ばれている。まあ、聖杯には善悪の区別はない。力のある人間霊なら、誰であろうと組み上げるということか。
いいえ、本来そんな英霊としての側面もあるものなんて混ざり物は選ばれない。この戦いがおかしくなったのは3度目からよ。それまでは私やライダーのような英霊は呼ばれなかった。
Which makes this the best war ever because Ryder was in it. That does not concern her now. She is also not interested in the true nature of the Holy Grail. Her mission as the servant that goes by Castor is only to win this war. She is not interested in what comes after. No, to be honest, that is not the end. That is not the end she wished for.
話はここまでよ、アーチャー。持ち場に戻りなさい。あなたが何を考えているかはどうでもいいわ。あなたはすでに私のサーバント。その命は私の手の中にある。それを肝に銘じて口を聞きなさい。
了解した。では、従順なサーバントらしく、主の期待に応えるとしよう。
The knight in red goes up the stairs with an unchanging tone of voice. She watches him in silence and she watches him in silence and takes a deep sigh. One more day until Saber surrenders. She has not been able to find the Holy Grail as of yet, but she will be one step closer to the end once Saber joins her ranks. What will happen once the war ends? Castor shall make every wish come true with that power. Continuing to live as a witch, just as she swore when she was alive, and wouldn't. Continuing to live as a witch just as she swore when she was alive wouldn't be so bad. But there will be no reason. There will be no reason once the war ends. Even if she still has the will, her owner will have no reason to be her master anymore. Castor extends her pale hand into empty space. Her long and hard work is about to be rewarded, but her expression is like that of a criminal who is about to be executed. Interlude out. It should be noted that when I played, when I went through this bit originally in like the original, it was stated that it was stated in the original fan translation, it was stated that Castor and Kuzuki had sex. But I guess they changed that for this release. Medea. The queen of misfortune, labeled as a witch in Greek mythology. Jason, the famous hero in the Argo expedition, interrogated King Peleus, who stole the country from Jason's father, and made a promise that if he came back with the Golden Fleece after traveling to Colchis, King Peleus would return the country to him. The one who possessed the Golden Fleece was the Princess of Colchis, Medea. Although she had learned magecraft as the daughter of Aeetes, who excelled in it, her personality was far from that of a witch. Her fate started to derail once the hero Jason appeared. The goddess Aphrodite supported Jason, and upon seeing that King Colchis was invincible, she controlled the mind of Medea, his daughter, and changed her into a girl who blindly loved Jason. As a result, Medea ended up betraying her father and her own country over a foreign man, Jason, whom she had never seen. Medea nullified her father's magecraft, and the fire-breathing bull woven and with magecraft allowing Jason to obtain the Golden Fleece. King Colchis was infuriated and went to battle himself to capture Jason, so that he wouldn't be able to escape. To help Jason escape in this pursuit, Medea was used by the goddess again. Medea boarded the Argo, the ship of the man she loved, but only knew by name, and slashed her younger brother, Apsyrtus, to pieces in front of her father in pursuit. The king mourned, and ordering the pieces of his torn son to be collected, the Argo escaped to pursuit using that opening, and Jason's safety returned to his homeland, Iolcus, alive. Upon arrival, Jason tried to get his country back from King Peleus, falling through on both the promise and vengeance for his father. However, King Peleus refused and schemed to kill Jason. Jason escaped from a tight spot by relying on Medea's magecraft for the third time, and she devised a plan for him. They invited King Peleus and killed this servant. Medea revived them with her magecraft and offered to cast the spell of immortality on King Peleus as well. The king was pleased and willingly gave Medea his body. Naturally, she slashed him to pieces, and he was slashed into pieces and thrown in the ocean. Jason thus became king, but his fellow Argonauts didn't approve of Jason's actions, and above all, of Medea's very existence. She betrayed her country for a man, slashed her younger brother so that she would survive, and then she deceived the king and usurped the throne. Medea was degraded as a witch and driven out of the country along with Jason. The two reached Corinth, where they were greeted by the king of Corinth. In this land, Medea finally gained restful days. However, having been taken far away from her homeland and feared as a witch, the peace she finally obtained didn't last long. The king of Corinth took a liking to Jason and decided to have him marry his daughter. Jason also chose the king's young daughter and exiled Medea. Now, her actions after that lived up to her name as a witch. Medea appeared at Jason's wedding and used magecraft, burning everyone in attendance, including the king of Corinth and his daughter, letting only Jason live. She left the castle. The whereabouts of Medea, who left Corinth, are unknown. It is said that the princess, whose life was filled with nothing but betraying others and being betrayed, became a true witch and continued to wander the lands of Greece. Didn't they leave out the fact that Medea killed her own kids by Jason? I'm pretty sure that was also a thing in that was also a thing in her myth. That's why that's why the Persona Medea in Persona 3 was attacking her in the hospital at one time. It was as a reaction. It was a reaction to that. It was a reference to that. I mean, territory creation. Rabbit words of the divine, Argon coin. Very valuable. No, can summon dragons. But Castor does not have the ability to summon mythical beasts, so it is not possible for her to use it. And we've already read this. Weird that this hasn't filled in, since we do know since we do know his name. I will avenge you, Ryder. You will be avenged. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentances about the path I walk. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. I lost everything. It is not because I gave up that I accepted that nothing would be saved. I just found out that it's natural. It's just that dying people will die and survivors will survive. I lay down on the mountain of rubble and gazed at the spreading ruins. I understood everything then. I thought I understood everything, but still I thought about it. If I can save everything here, how wonderful would that be? That is what I admired. I just thought that it would be nice if no one had to suffer. I tried to become a hero of justice for that sake. That was easy to understand, and it seemed like an ideal way to live. That's why I aimed for it. I can see where I had to be, and there are many ways to get there. I just kept on running, wanting to get as close to it as possible, even though I didn't know what was right or wrong. Many paths that I took were crooked, and my destination was only getting farther away. I'm taking the long way. I've been repeating this for 10 years since I got saved by Kuretsugu, but I won't regret it. I'm not skilled like Tosaka. I'll take the wrong path. And lose as many things at times, but I can't disregard them as meaningless. I have to show meaning for why I survived, for the sake of things I have trampled over, and things that won't come back. I won't lose for that sake. It can't be helped that I lose against others. But I can win against myself. I can always resist. I can always resist against my mind that says to give up. That's all I swore upon. There's only one thing that I believed in and wanted to believe in. Yes. Even if I'm walking down the wrong path, I will not regret believing in it. I'm awakened by the light pouring in from the outside. It's before 6 a.m. The sky outside the window is cloudy, as if sprinkled with ashes. I get ready and leave my room. My body is in good condition, and there is not much pain in my wound anymore. I shouldn't be a burden to Tosaka like this, even if we were to engage in battle.
来たわね。準備はいい？シロ。
You look different. I can't put my finger on it, but you look different. I'm ready, but Tosaka is transformed.
何よ、地雷踏んで動けなくなった神父みたいな顔して。まだ準備できてないの？
いや、そうじゃなくて、父さがなんか変じゃないか。
ああ、これ細かい作業の時にかけるだけだから気にしないで。
I gotta wonder if those are prescription or not. Apparently in Japan there's such a thing as non-prescription prescription glasses. Somebody tell me if I'm mistaken about that. Well, I guess that's fine if she says so. I wonder what kind of magecraft this is that makes it look so wrong yet so right.
いい？私たちが向かうのは郊外の森。町からはるかに離れた市街。まだ人の手が入っていない広大な樹海よ。長年人間の介入を拒んできただけあって、森は深くて広いわ。年に何人か何の準備もなしに踏み込んで遭難したって話知ってるでしょ
？I nod silently. Our destination is the Einsburn Villa that is said to be somewhere in that forest. That girl, our fate is decided the moment our negotiation with Elia breaks down and we end up fighting. We can't call for help, and it will be difficult to run away. We can't escape from the forest alive if we don't defeat that giant berserker.
じゃあ、そろそろ行きましょう。徹夜して場所に当たりはつけといたから、うまくすれば半日ぐらいで見つけられるはずよ。とりあえず国道までは車を使うから、タクシー代用意しといて。
She picks up a Boston bag full of things and starts walking. I go after her with my bamboo sword bag in one hand. But Tosaka, money for the taxi is fine, but doesn't that mean we'll be walking all the way back home? We'll get Berserker to carry us. After all, remember how fast the guy is. We ride the taxi for an hour from town. We ride on the endless highway, passing several mountains and reach the entrance to the forest. Of course, there are no paved roads in the forest. We walk about 1 kilometer from the highway and finally reach the entrance to the forest. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I can't help but get nervous once I actually face it. The forest is dark, even though it's daytime. The tall branches that cover the sky shut out the sunlight, and it's hard to see more than 10 meters ahead, let alone the end of the forest.
ちょっとシロ、悪いけど先に進んでみてくれない？
いいけど、あの子の居場所を知ってるのは遠坂なんだろ？俺が先に行っても仕方がないと思うわ。
Oh no, I just need a meat shield. I mean, I can play then as I enter the forest. Then,
なんだ、ビリッときたぞ。
I pull back my foot reflexively. I only felt numb for an instant. The numbness itself is subtle, and it hurts. It's way more to stub your toe on a dresser. Well, it's basically like a static shock.
やっぱり識別だけだろうけど、森全体に管理が行き届いてるみたいね。
ね、ちょっと待て。それまずいんじゃないのか。要するに防犯ベルに引っかかったってことだろ。まあ
別に問題ないんじゃない？私たちは奇襲に来たわけじゃないもの。話し合いに来たんだから、むしろ今からアピールしておいた方が得でしょ。
あ、一応気をつけろよ。ちょっとビリッとくるから。
分かってる分かってる。シロの見てたからどんなものか分かってるって。
Tosaka waves her hands and steps into the forest. At that moment, that's a little more than a static shock! Tosaka lets out a funny scream and jumps back. I hear crackling electricity. I want to believe that it's my imagination that that leaves piled up under Tosaka's that the leaves piled up under Tosaka's feet are
個
scorched.
人差がある警報みたいだな。俺には挨拶程度だったけど。
I calmly explained the situation. But it doesn't seem like Tosaka is listening to me.
やってくれるじゃないあのガキ。今笑ったの確かに聞こえたんだから。
Tosaka yells at the empty space where there isn't anyone. I don't know where that line went, but her threatening attitude seems like she might go fight instead of talk. Well, anyways, it seems like talking bad about Tosaka is fatal no matter how far away you are from her. So I should be careful. We walk through the forest. We're the only living humans among these infinite trees. I don't hear the breathing of any beasts, and the plants in winter are as lifeless as corpses. The endless sea of trees that seem to go on forever makes me constantly feel apprehension. It's already been 3 hours since we entered the forest. It's way past noon, and just as I become unable to tell whether there has been any changes in the landscape,
見つけた。って聞いてはいたけど呆れたわ。本気でこんなところにあんなものを建てるなんて。
I followed Tosaka's line of sight. Excuse me. There's only darkness ahead. Between the trees, there's some incredibly out of place thing that can be seen through the cracks that are so small they could easily be missed by anybody who doesn't pay close attention.
壁よ。まったくどうかしてるわ。あれ、自分たちの国から丸ごと持ってきたものよ。
Tosaka curses as the head and excuse me. Tosaka curses and heads to the strange object we see in the distance. I follow after her, still bewildered, unable to grasp what it is. We get out of the forest. The forest that seems to be endless abruptly ends. No, it seems like the traces of the forest vanished, as if they carved out just this part with a big spoon. The gray sky curving above us is so high that I can't see everything. A huge dome-like space. This is more like an underground kingdom instead of an open space. That was Elia's dwelling. The old castle built in the middle of the forest. It is a solitary castle in the forest that has no visitors. It's too big for that girl to live in, and is too lonely to live in alone. Anyway, it does no good to falter here. According to Tosaka, Eliasville knows that we came here. When we should go, then we should go confidently from the front entrance to show that we don't have any enmity.
行くぞ遠坂。って遠坂？
Tosaka looks up at the castle with an alarming expression. Her side profile looks as tense as it does when she's confronting an enemy.
気になるもんでもあったのか？
私たち以外に誰かいる。
そりゃいるだろう。イリアってことバーサーカーの住処なんだから。
I think she means other than them, Shiro.
そうじゃなくて、それ以外の誰かってことよ。シロ、こっちから入るわよ。
ちょっとお前。
Without a chance to stop her, Tosaka starts running to the big tree by the wall. No, that's not all. Tosaka grabs onto the branch and skillfully climbs up. I look up in astonishment. Tosaka looks around the castle and she jumps and kicks at the castle's second floor. A shattering sound. A window breaks and the red figure disappears into the castle.
ほら早く。本気でおかしいわよ、この城。
もう話し合いをするんじゃなかったのかよ。
But what's done is done. I also climb the tree and jump into the second floor of the castle like Tosaka. I go out to the hallway from the room we invaded. Before I can even marvel at how magnificent this place is, the abnormality Tosaka mentioned earlier grabs my attention. The sound echoing is definitely the sound of battle. The sound of swords clashing. But is a storm-like sword fight like this even possible? Even the most intense sword fight I've witnessed so far, the one between Saber and Berserker, didn't make these kinds of sounds. Then I suddenly realize, this doesn't sound like your average sword fight. This isn't one against many. There is literally a war going on somewhere in this castle. There's no doubt one of them is Berserker. Oh, this is one against many. This castle is Eliasville's castle. If a battle were to occur, it would only be when Berserker is attacking an intruder. I start running. The sounds are echoing from below. Judging from where the sounds are coming from relative to our entry point, the battle is in the center of the castle, in the reception hall. I run through the unfamiliar castle. This isn't the time to be exchanging opinions. I don't know what's happening, but it feels like it will lead to permanent consequences. I run down the stairs. The fierce sword fight is happening close by.
ここ、広間の吹き抜けに繋がってる。
Tosaka checks the end of the passage. The hallway splits at a T-junction, and both of them lead to a terrace at either side of the hall.
ここで分かれましょう。私はこっちから様子を見るから、シロはそっちからお願い。
It's better to split up than to stay together in one place. With the way we are now, we don't have any way to escape if we are found. We don't have a chance either way. So we split up. If we split up, even if one was found, then there's hope that the other can manage to escape somehow. Tosaka goes down the hallway facing east. I nod and go down the other hallway. The other hallway on the other side facing west.
シロ
She suddenly stops me.
分かってるわね。何が起きようと絶対に手は出さないで。今の私たちに戦う手段はない。いい？やばいと思ったらすぐに逃げるのよ。どちらかが捕まっても構わず走って。誰かを助けるなんて、まず自分を助けてから考えることなんだから。
Her voice is suppressing her emotions. That sounded more like a plea than a warning. I go around and then come out onto the terrace of the lobby. I see Tosaka emerge from the opposite side on the terrace far away. She immediately takes cover and peeks out to see what's going on while hiding. The instant we look down at the hole, we both suppress our voices.
シンジ、なんだってあいつこんなところに。
Great! Shinji stands atop the rubble in the corner of the lobby, observing the spectacle with joy. No, that's not it. That's not the surprising thing. Right now, the truth that I have to accept... the truth that I have to accept right now is the battle that Shinji is observing. The Black Giant lets out a roar. The swinging axe sword stirs up a cloud of dust and crushes the rubble into powder. Berserker is no different than before. No, his blood-curdling roar doesn't compare to what it sounded like before. Behind the giant is a pale white girl, Berserker's master, Ilyasville. That girl that was always smiling innocently and unfit for a kill fest. That girl is now shivering and staring at her own servant about to cry out. Her pale face is desperately trying to deny the despair in front of her. Someone help me. That's what the trembling lips of the Snow White girl seems to say. A whirlwind blows violently. Berserker's axe sword is repelled each time. In the center of the hole, by the noble phantasm of one servant reigning the throne of rubble. The countless numbers of swords dance. Each one of the weapons appearing behind the man is undeniably a fatal weapon. Go away. Come on. Yeah, we'll do a jump back. Or you can just not do that. You could just not do the voice again. They pierce through like hot water. The bottomless noble phantasm destroys Berserker's body as if repelling his axe sword wasn't already enough. And keep in mind, we saw what it took to bring down this guy in the Fate route. His limbs fly off. The swords cut through his body, penetrate at his head, and pierce his heart. But he still does not die. The giant revives after each instantaneous death, and he suffers and resolutely advances towards his enemy. Eight times already. Berserker moves forward while being killed mercilessly that many times. That enemy welcomes him with a smile. And the repeated tragedy. Berserker is killed many times, unable to get close to his enemy. It's not because Berserker is being defeated without being able to do anything. That man, that servant, is beyond belief. All the noble phantasms that are repeated infinitely are real. I can tell since I have projected Archer's swords. Those are the original versions of every noble phantasm. The ones from before they became legends. Who could he be? Being a heroic spirit who is able to retain so many weapons. No, first of all, there should be 7 servants. Then he's the 8th one. Is he the one who shouldn't exist? I can't breathe. Berserker is nothing less than astounding. A body made out of steel and that superhuman strength. On top of that, he can regenerate on the spot even if he dies. He's not an opponent that can be matched. The 8th servant doesn't retreat from such a monstrous opponent and overwhelmed Berserker with repeated magic swords and holy swords. When I look up, Tosaki's face on the other side is also pale. It's only natural. The space below us is a land of death. We'll die instantly if we enter it. No, more than that. He is a demon. A different atrocity than Berserker. This man lacks order and wishes for battles only for the objective of killing. But even with such an unusual enemy in front of him, the Black Giant is still the strongest. His steps don't cease, even if his body is pierced or cut up. He's received the Reign of Noble Phantasm, regenerates each time, and surely closes in on his enemy. It is an advance devoid of tactics. He is not thinking of a way to counter his enemy's attacks. He moves forward as long as he is alive, and it is a savage battle about just killing the enemy. He will not reach the enemy. Berserker's brute courage will prove futile, and his life will end just as a mere target. That enemy understands that. That's why he stopped on purpose and is just provoking the giant, and that foolishly moves forward. The child. Just for some reason, that one wasn't voiced. There is no chance of victory for the Black Giant with this method. It's something that the man confronting him and I, looking as an outsider, can tell. And most likely, even Berserker himself, who's being used for target practice, must have realized the same thing a while back. Yet the giant keeps stupidly moving forward. He knows no retreat and doesn't try to avoid the attacks. The man that welcomes the figure with a smile. That man welcomes the figure with a smile. The noble phantasms appear. Roaring with laughter, the man commands the noble phantasm behind him. At his signal, the numerous noble phantasms attack the giant. The giant repels a majority of them, and at the same time, a majority of them take his life. the black giant shakes. The body of rock starts to fall, but the giant holds out and shakes off the noble phantasms clinging all over his body. The astonishment comes from that man. The black giant gets rid of the swarm of noble phantasms and closes in on his enemy. His body is already a corpse. The black giant advances with what should be a hopelessly fatal wound. That is the result of a strong will. It is not the madness due to being berserker. The giant is facing this hopeless battle with a strong will. The magic bullets are fired mercilessly. Repelling them with his magic sword, the giant closes in on the man with his body slashed and his legs pierced. He most likely won't reach the man. Yet for him to challenge himself while understanding that, he must have something that he cannot give up. What is he moving for? The servant fights for his master to protect her life. That is why the giant did not retreat. He could move only forward. He could only move forward as a shield to protect his master behind him, the frightened girl from the reign of noble phantasms. The giant resumes his foolish advancement. It is because he knew that he could only defeat the enemy while protecting Eliasful by taking all the attacks himself. And if he is able to reach his enemy, then that is when he wins. It was this kind of battle from the start. The man has to kill the black giant before he reaches him. And the giant has to approach the man before his life ends. This is the battle where whoever accomplishes their own goal first survives. The giant is aware of that. Even if that is the battle that he has no chance of winning. Battle that he has no chance of winning from the start. He lets out a roar. Coming out of his 10th death, the black giant runs. He charges forward. He charges towards the man, stirring up rubble like a bull challenging a matador. Numerous arrows are released, and he gets used to it from the repeated death. Did he get used to it from the repeated deaths, or was it at his final charge? The giant repels all the arrows and closes in on the owner of the noble phantasms. The axe sword is swung. The strong sword that had not been swung at the man at all zips through the air with a flash. The Black Bull is captured by the numerous chains that appear. What kind of noble phantasm is it? The chains that suddenly appear in midair lock up berserkers as if binding space itself. The chains tighten Berserker's arm and twist them in every direction. As the chains wrap around his whole body, they continuously get tighter and even try to squeeze his rock-like neck off with tension.
これでも死なぬか。かつて天の王子すら束縛した鎖だが、 お前を仕留めるには至らぬらしい。
The man's voice. The hole is filled with the creaking sounds of the chains. It must be Berserker's strength. The giant tries to cut off the chain that controls space itself. Even if it initially sounds impossible, there is no doubt that that giant can accomplish it. Remember, he was also using those chains in his boss fights in Samurai Remnant. And of course, the man understood that as well. The girl screams. Ilyasville uses a command spell to command Berserker to retreat by force, but the giant is still captured by the chains and unable to move an inch.
私の中に帰れって言ったのにどうして？
無駄だ人形。この鎖に繋がれた者はたとえ神であろうと逃れることはできん。いいな。神性が高ければ高いほど餌食となる。元より神を律するためだけに作られたもの。霊樹による空間転移などこの俺が許すものか。
And then, the man points to the giant as if to signal the end. An astonished girl's voice. It's over. This time it really ends. Bounded by the chains and therefore unable to defend himself, he gets annihilated by the noble phantasm 22 times. The black giant goes silent, and as he's forced to assume the shape of what can only be described as a strange statue. There's no need to even check whether he's breathing or not. Even if he's a great hero that overcame 10 deaths, he should not be able to get back up after experiencing over 20 deaths. Yeah, because he can only be revived 12 times. Yes. Even if he is alive, the giant should not have enough strength to even breathe. And the battle ends. It is known from the start. It is known from the start who is going to win. Berserker could not win against that servant. No servant can match that man as long as they are a heroic spirit. Heroic spirits each have their own weaknesses, which have been preserved from their time as living beings. By extension, each servant's origin story is their weakest point. Then what would be the result of having a heroic spirit face off against someone who possesses all the noble phantasms, including the one that ended their life as a human? This is the result. Even if he may have been stronger as a hero, he cannot win against a man as long as he's a heroic spirit. The ghostly white girl runs to the black giant that became a corpse, and the man mercilessly slashes the girl with the sword in his hand. I'm going to give a content warning because it's going to get a bit visceral. The girl, she screams. The man takes away the girl's vision and with a single horizontal strike. For the next attack, the aim is to stab her heart, but that misses. No, he missed on purpose. The girl is pierced in the lung and she coughs up blood. The chains are broken. The black giant breaks the chains and launches an attack on the man. The man stabs the slow-witted target. The spear pierces his heart. He finishes off the giant with a spear similar to Lance's noble phantasm, Guy Bolg. It then ends. The black giant dies for sure this time. The sword is pulled out from the collapsed girl. Leaving traces of red behind, the girl crawls to the giant that is no longer moving. Watching in delight, the man walks forward. He threw away his sword. He will use his bare hands to finish off the dying girl. What was the servant update? Unless they mean weapon update? I'll die. I'll probably die. I'll die for sure this time. That servant has no logic. He will kill anyone in his way. If I don't get away from here before he finds me, I'll surely be killed. So going to check, this is day 13. Okay, this does lead to, in a way, this does lead to a bad end. This is one of two ways to get a bad end. So I am going to do a second save. We're going to stop him. Because if we go with restrain myself, that's going to lead to an instant bad end. My frozen body bursts out. My feet fill me up, and my arms grab the railing at the same time. I see Tosaka's face as I do so. She is biting her lip in frustration, glaring at the tragedy happening below us. I know. It's obvious Tosaka wants to stop him as well. But we'll be the ones killed if we do so. There's no way we can stop him. That goes same for me. I know that it's stupid of me to die trying to save the dying girl. I don't care about that. I can't leave that girl be. That's what overtakes my mind. I jump over the railing. Tosaka and Shinji both look surprised at the intruder, but that man doesn't even see. But that man doesn't even see me jumping down. The man reaches out to the girl in white. I yell at the top of my lungs. I stop him with all my might. The man stops his arm that he tried to extend, and slowly he turns towards me by the wall, like a grim reaper who has found his new prey. Interlude. going back over a month. He was summoned into this world before anyone else. He was not summoned to this country, a faraway foreign country. The ground is constantly covered in white. The sky is always gray, and the castle is built hidden in the mountains. It was always winter in that land. Coldness and stagnation, barrenness and longing. They are like living corpses, cutting off their connection, and with a present world. They are like living corpses, cutting off their connection with the present world and waiting for a reproduction of a miracle. The winter coldness takes away their human warmth, and the stagnant world won't allow them a new lifestyle. His family were seekers of the Holy Grail. Spring won't come for the Einsburn family until the day their dearest wish is fulfilled. It has already been 10 centuries since they started the search for the Holy Grail. After using every possible method to get close to the Holy Grail, they were eventually able to cast the Holy Grail out of iron. However, all they could make was the vessel. No mystic dwelling within it, and they kept casting vessels that would never be filled. But a foreseeable end comes to those days. They performed a ritual to fill the vessel with the help of outsiders. The result was both a success and a failure. The Holy Grail was made. Through this, the Holy Grail would be filled. But it made many enemies. It made many enemies at the same time. Even as the supposed owners of the Holy Grail, they were reduced to mere providers of a service, no better than any other mage. Their tenacity is abnormal. No, ever since they almost obtained the Holy Grail 1,000 years ago, they had lost their minds. They broke the rules and constantly pulled the strongest card. The first time they did not have the leeway to do so. The second time, they finally found a loophole in the rules. The third time, they summoned what they shouldn't have. Then the fourth time, they were sure of their victory after gaining the strongest card and its manipulator. The results were a crushing defeat like never before. Of all the servants and masters, they chose ones who betrayed them. The man destroyed the Holy Grail, leaving his daughter behind and in the Winter Castle. They were furious at the man's betrayal and lamented their mistake. They could not trust outsiders after all. Only one of their bloodline, their family's creation, who had inherited magic circuits perfected over generations, could obtain the Holy Grail. They had a backup plan to start with. Then the fifth time, they made certain they prepared the strongest master and servant. It was him. 2 months before the Holy Grail started, every rule was broken for him, Berserker, to be summoned beforehand. The days that followed were only to hurt the human that would become master. The command spell engraved all over the girl's body was only to control Berserker. It did no good as a magic circuit, and drains her life away. Even just a slight move by Berserker would make the girl scream. It's no wonder. It was 2 months until the Holy Grail would appear. The only thing keeping the great hero in this world was her magical energy and command spell. Berserker was not created from the magical energy of the Holy Grail. No matter how special No matter how special she is, keeping Berserker using only her own magical energy is like taking her own life away. Knowing that, they still do not allow her to rest. They abandoned them in the winter forest, filled with a pack of hungry beasts. They gave them over to the corpses possessed by evil spirits. They were even thrown into the wasteland where they disposed of their failed experiments. The only way for the girl to survive was to rely on the giant, the only thing that she had been given. It was beyond training. It was a fight for survival, yet the girl survived. She had the giant attack the oncoming enemies. Every time she would let out screams of anguish, but had him ceaselessly eliminate everything that attacked. He himself does not know when that process became a special one to him. Despite the girl's young appearance, she hated whining. Everything that came out of her mouth was an insult. She must have instinctively known that if she was going to lament, she would become stronger if she hated the cause. The girl despised Berserker for being ugly and cursed his existence. It was natural. The girl would not have to suffer if he had not existed. She would not have been thrown in such a hell if she had not been chosen as master. The girl detested the giant for everything and used him as an outlet for her anger. The girl got used to controlling Berserker, and by the time the Holy Grail showed signs of its appearance, the pain that attacked her disappeared. The girl took away reasoning from the giant as if in revenge, treating him as a mute mad warrior. But he already knew that. But he already knew that it was the girl's utmost resistance. By doing so, the girl hit her own weakness, that she could live by herself. She held her head high, and she didn't need any ally as that she could trust or friends that she loved. That was her way of disguising that she had nothing to call her own. In the winter forest, the girl hesitantly touched his arm, stained red from the enemy's blood. Surrounded by the pack of beasts, the girl braced for death, even as she desperately denied it. At that time, he was not able to move without an order from his master, so he was the first to become the beast's prey. The pack of beasts pierced his arteries, tendons, and eyeballs with their fangs. The girl screamed, seeing that. He couldn't remember what she said when. He couldn't remember what she said then, since he had his reasoning taken away. But the girl screamed not for her sake, but for his. Even though he destroyed her arm every time he swung his own, she endured it so that he did not die. That's why both of them were covered in blood. The giant was covered in the slaughtered beast's blood, and the girl was covered in her own blood. He remembered that winter forest, the weight of the girl that leaned on him, crying tears of pain, and he realized, in that small, cold castle, that black giant was the only one that the girl talked to. Do you blame her for becoming the murder child that we saw her in the Fate route? Because god damn it. And yeah, that's why she said, no, my servant's berserker. There will never be any other servant for me. Because she was just that close to him. She comes into view. It was the same. It was the same at that time. The girl is running to him, crying, which she had not seen since she had become a master. And the man slashes her. With a horizontal slash, the blonde enemy takes away the girl's vision. Her face covered in blood. The blind girl runs in spite of that, tripping over the rubble. The slender body falls. There, the enemy's sword is swung. The sword misses her heart. Her lung must have been pierced, as the girl is coughing up blood, still on the ground. It is not an instant death, but it is fatal. The girl is left with nothing as her vision is taken away. Her lungs are broken, and she even lost her servant. If she could die peacefully, it might at least be a salvation that she could go to sleep right there. However,
痛いよまさか
the girl is moving forward, leaving a trail of blood behind. She crawls towards the black giant, fumbling and crying in anguish. How much power is left in him? He breaks the chains with all his might and grabs at the man. The magical spear is thrust. The spear pierced the giant's heart. And it ends. The man pulls out the spear as if nothing happened, and the remaining power in the giant completely disappears. His body disappears. The power that was giving him form that had completely disappeared. Then, with all there is left is for him to disappear. The servant lost all his magical energy and has no power to stay in this world any longer. He falls to the ground, but in his final moment, he sees the girl fumbling around for him in his peripheral. Strength returns to his collapsed legs. The law of magecraft that built him, the regulation of the world that hates its inconsistencies, and the body of rock that crumbles away as sand.
赤は強いね
He pushes away every power. He pushes away every power that tries to eliminate him with just with his will. I can't disappear yet. He is probably the only one who she could rely on in order to support the lonely girl who insulted him, but still believed in him as her only reliance.
どこわかんない真っ暗で何もわかんないよまさか
This is sad. With her vision taken away, the girl is crawling with her arms stretched out. She must want to feel him, as she cannot see him now. Her hands covered in blood grope at empty space, trying to verify his existence. There is no power left in him. There is nothing he can do. Berserker will fall here and die. Berserker will fall here and die here. His body has died. He has no strength to support his falling body.
だから私は安心だよどんなやつにだってバーサーカーさえいれば負けないもの
But not this time. His mind is dead. Supporting his body with a mind and a will that should no longer exist, he leaves this world. His body has not fallen, still invincible. as if to say that his body could not give up until the end for the sake of the girl that relies on him. And the girl reaches him. The hand that was only grasping the air finally touches something. Coughing up blood, the girl clings to the hard body. She could not see anymore, but she can still feel him. Berserker hasn't lost. She cannot see for herself, but Berserker is as strong as always.
よかった。ずっとそこにいてね。バサーカ。
Strength fades from her body. Everything hurts and she's scared. But it's all right as long as he's here. He always protected her. He was scary, but he was really nice. His big body is like a father's, so she really wanted him to pick her up at least once.
なくても怖くないよ。バサーカーは強いんだもん。こうしていてくれれば、私は安心できるから。
She rests her body on him. She feels like a hard and big hand is placed on her head. It's probably true. He probably he should be patting her head. He should be patting her head if she opens her eyes.
ちょっと寒いね。
Her body is cold. Recalling the forest from that time, the girl laughs. It was a long time ago already. Recalling the giant that protected her, even while getting injured, she happily falls and loses consciousness. Interlude out. Goddamn, sorry. I thought that I really forgot that scene was here. I thought that was in the next route. But goddamn, does it hit hard here? The man reaches out to the girl in white, who peacefully fell asleep. I yell at the top of my lungs. I don't consider my own danger or what could happen to me. The man stops his arm that he tried to extend. Behind him is Shinji, surprised at my intrusion. He smiles ominously. My shaky throat speaks before I can think. However, there is no way that man will stop. Yeah, this is why I gave the trigger warning. The content warning. I can't even tell him to stop. The man pulled something out of the girl's body with his bare hands, with a smile still on his face. The red dripping object that looks like a fruit. The thing in the man's hand is without a doubt the girl in white's. My mind burns down. I lose my sanity. As fear of being killed and hatred, and hatred of wanting to kill him gets muddled.
観客がいたか。俺の勇姿を見たいという気持ちはわかるが。
The man, still holding the red thing in his right hand.
歩道をわきまえろ。王に命じるとは何事か。雑種。
He fires one of his countless noble phantasms at me. The terrace falls. The man's no phantasm goes through the wall of the castle and destroys the hall's walls. I don't move a step in the midst of it all. I don't care about the rubble that falls from above. I don't have the composure to run, and I have no intention to run. It doesn't matter whether a big piece of rubble grazes my back. I can't think of taking my eyes off that man right now.
ほう。何かと思えば、セイバーのマスターとはな。
His red eye reacts to my enmity. My blood boils. I'll die in the next instant. There's no way I'm not afraid of that. But my body refuses to run away and keeps screaming to defeat that enemy right now. The corpse of the girl that was killed, helpless, mercilessly keeps ordering me not to forgive him. It's only natural for me to lose all reasoning. My mind churns from the contradicting desires of life and death.
戦う意志はあるようだが、話にならん。肝心のセイバーがいないのでは、貴様などに価値はない。
A sword appeared in the man's left hand. The sword is raised mercilessly and should come down to kill me. Even then, I keep staring at the enemy. I can't think of showing my back to that man.
ちょっと待てよ。そいつさ、僕の知り合いなんだよね。
The man's sword stops. Shinji, who is watching from the other side of the wall, starts walking to the center of the hall with light steps.
よう、久しぶりだな、エミヤ。こんなところで会うとは思わなかったんでね。少しばかり驚いたよ。
I should fucking kill you right here, right now. The man doesn't move. There's about 10 meters between us. Would I be able to get near him? Even Berserker could not get close this distance.
なんだ、ブルって声も出ないのか？まあ、気持ちはわからないでもないよ。僕もライダーの時はそうだった。
Fuck you, you weren't worthy of Ryder.
ああ、そうだったそうだった。いや、あの時は見逃してもらって助かったよ、エミヤ。
There's nothing I can use as a weapon, but I don't care. My mind is clear right now. I don't feel any uneasiness about projecting his swords in this situation.
僕がこっちを見ろって言ってるんだ。
I slightly shift my gaze in his direction. I face Shinji while keeping the man in my vision.
そうだよ。分かってるじゃんか。今ここで一番誰が偉いのかってことがさ。
I gasp a little. It's not Shinji's words, but rather the unexpectedly serious manner in which he says them.
そういうことだ。なら分かってるよな、エミヤ。お前、このままじゃ確実に死ぬよ。
How out of place. Why say something that's so obvious now?
紹介が遅れたが、そいつは僕の新しいサーバントでね。ライダーなんかよりすごいだろ。
No, Ryder is still top. She is still best servant in this game. Shinji puts his hand over the man's shoulder, and with the delighted face.
命乞いしろよ、エミヤ。少しは考えてやってもいいぜ。
Oh, sure. I'll do it with 2 fingers. Drink it up, asshole. He says some nonsense. I have no doubt. I answer right away without showing any hesitation or showing any signs of even considering it.
そうかよ。それじゃあ死んじゃえよ、お前。
Shinji jumps back. The man, still with a cold expression, finally brings his raised sword down.
そこまでよ。そこのサーバント。指一本でも動かせば、マスターの命は保証しないわ。
And the man stops his sword again. That's a badass pick right there. Everyone looks up. Everyone in the hall turns their attention to the girl standing at the terrace. Tosaka's hand is faced towards Shinji. Even though Shinji doesn't have the aptitude as a mage, he should know what that means. Tosaka is serious. If that man brings his sword down, he will kill Shinji in retaliation.
遠坂、お前までなんでここに。
Tosaka doesn't answer, but just keeps her aim aligned and on Shinji.
なんだよ、お前。本気で僕を撃とうってのか。この人殺し。
You just gleefully watched as he killed the little girl. Don't even.
殺したのはそっちが先でしょう。もっとも、どうであれこっちの気は変わらないわ。シンジ、殺す権利と殺される権利は同じよ。そんなこと、人間なら魔術師じゃなくても本能で理解なさい。
Shinji weakly retreats, being glared down by Tosaka. At that guy is watching in delight. He looks at Tosaka as if to belittle her. Then, I feel like there was a strange vibration that took over the hall in an instant.
なるほど。俺の打倒はできぬと悟り、マスターを狙ったか。交渉を持ちかけたのは、マスターを殺したところで、俺が止まらぬと判断したからだな、娘。
そうよ。シンジが死んだくらいじゃ、あんたは止まりそうにない。けど、この状況なら考えてもいいでしょ。今ならシンジを救えるもの。あんただってサーバントならマスターを失うのは痛手のはずよ。
Just checking something. No, still doesn't say.
なるほどなるほど。なかなかの起点だ。そこの雑誌を助けたいのならば、その交渉しかありえまい。
The sword disappears. He turns his back to me as if he's lost interest in me.
お前、何のつもりだ。誰が止めろって言ったんだよ。
いや、状況が変わったぞシンジ。彼女ならば器としては文句なしだ。
Shinji's breath stops. His face filled with irritation and suddenly turns into a dirty smile.
そうか。いや、嬉しいよ遠坂。君がまだ生きていてくれて。
そう。一応私もほっとしたわ。あんたみたいなのでも付き合いは長いからね。どこかで死なれてたら気落ちするわ。
Laughing happily, Shinji claps his hands. It's strange. Shinji shows no fear even though Tosaka can end his life. It seems like an overwhelming joy numbing his emotions.
まあいい。それよりどうだ遠坂。エミヤなんてほっといてさ、僕たちと手を組まないか。
Still up to his dirty tricks.
僕たち。
そうだよ。 君もキャスターが力を蓄えているのは知ってるだろ。竜道寺は今回の祭壇なんだ。そこに陣取られて魔力を蓄えられているのね。少しばかり不利になる。
Shinji says with both arms raised. But that's an obvious fact. On top of that, it seems like Shinji doesn't know how Castor obtained and doesn't know how Castor obtained and Saber and Archer.
な、わかるだろ。一人でやっても勝ち目は薄いんだ。バーサーカーのマスターは倒したけど、これだけじゃ足りない。父さんが、君がいればキャスターたちにも負けないものが作れるよ。
Shinji invites her with confidence. To that,
お断りよシンジ。あんたが誰とつながっているかは知らないけどね、私から見てもいいように使われているだけのやつについていく道理はないわ。
ha! Tosaka refuses him without twitching a brow.
なんだって。
わからない？腐れ縁から忠告するけど、もうちょっと周りを観察する知力を養いなさい。的を真治をマスターだと思っているのはあんた一人だけよ。あんたには魔術師としての才能がないっていい加減気がついたら。
Shinji's face twitches. Tosaka's harsh words must have made him forget that his life is in her hands.
やれギルガメッシュ。エミヤも遠坂も皆殺しだ。
Shinji orders to his own servant.
なんだよ。やれって言ってるだろ。お前なら僕がやられる前にやるなんて簡単じゃないか。
いや、残念だが時間切れだ。これ以上放置すれば腐ってしまう。
The man showed Shinji, who was closing in on him, the thing in his right hand, a red lump. It's a thing he took out of the girl. It's still throbbing. Shinji grits his teeth in vexation.
そう。後悔するなよ遠坂。もう仲間にしてやらないからな。
Shinji runs towards the front entrance. There's one person left. After the man slowly watches his master being angry.
だそうだ。良い友人を持ったな。
He says delightfully and leaves the hole filled with rubble. And we walk towards her, the center of the hole. With gray sunlight coming in from the ceiling, the girl is sleeping, covered in rubble. Her eyes don't open. Looking up close, the girl is not white at all. The girl is covered in red. The girl covered in red all over looks nothing like before.
シローのせいじゃないわ。わかってるでしょ。私たちじゃこの子を助けることなんてできなかった。
I know. I've been taught that there are people I can save and people I cannot save. I knew that I would be putting my own life in danger if I tried to do things that are beyond my capacity. But still, I still wanted to save her. I don't want a child to die. I don't want anyone dying in front of me. Asking for help, not being able to save someone asking for help is more scary and painful than anything. There's no way I can apologize, and I don't know her well enough to apologize either. This girl has nothing to do with me. I understand that without having to be told, but why? Oh. Oh. Why are these eyes crying irrelevant tears?
父さんが。
どうしてよ。あいつの前に出れば殺されるって分かっていたでしょ。なのにどうしてイリアスフィールを助けようとしたの？結果はどうあれ、イリアスフィールは敵だった。なのにどうしてこの子の死にそこまでしてやれるのよ。
Did she seriously just ask me that? Tosaka's eyes were serious.
どうしても何もない。助けたいと思ったから止めただけだ。
There's no other way to explain it. After Tosaka glares at me,
そう。前から異常だと思ってたけど、今ので確信したわ。シロ、あなたの生き方はひどくいびつよ。
she tries to open the lid that I've kept closed this whole time.
いびつだって。
そうよ。自分より他人のが大切なんて生き方は間違ってる。いい？他人を助けるのは自分が愛されたいからだなんて一般論を口にしてるんじゃないわ。そんな偽善とは別のところで人間は自分を一番にしなくちゃいけないの。そりゃ他人が一番のやつだっているけど、そもそも自分っていうのは計りにかけられない別格なのよ。言うなれば計りそのものでしょ。なのにあんたはその計りを壊してどうでもいい他人を助けようとする。ええ、それでも構わない。あんたが自分のない、ただ生きてるだけの人間ならそれもいい。けどシロは自分があるじゃない。そんな確固たる自意識があるくせに自分をないがしろにするなんてできないのよ。そんなことを続けてたらいつか必ず壊れるから。
No way. I can't break down. In fact, I do this in order not to. I try to save people that I could not save, so I can hold my head high.
いいえ、もう十分に壊れてるわ、あなたは。だから言ってよ、10年前に何があったかは知らない。けど、あんたがおかしくなってるのは、それが原因なんでしょうから。
Survivor's guilt. Tosaka seems like she's got tears in her eyes. Why is she making such a face? It's almost as if she knows what I'm going she knows that I'm going to spend my life trying to help others without getting anything in return. So she's trying to earnestly stop me.
学校の時もそうだった。あなたはあれだけの死体を見てとんでもなく冷静だった。私でさえ死体と勘違いしたっていうのに、一別しただけでみんなが生きてるって読み取っていた。それがずっと変だって引っかかってた。魔術師としてろくな教育を受けていないくせに、殺し屋になってもすぐに自分を落ち着かせていた。死体を前にして憤ることはあっても、死体そのものに嫌悪を抱いてはいなかった。それはきっとあなたにとって人の死は見慣れたものだったからよ。それだけのものを10年前に見たっていうことでしょ。
Used to seeing? Yeah, it's not like that it was my first time seeing them. I think about the students who were on the floor of who were on the floor at the school, Ryder, who was unrecognizable at the time she died, and the girl sleeping in front of us now. To me, the people who died in that incident from 10 years ago are the only ones who went through inhuman deaths. That's wrong. The fire 10 years ago saved me. That cannot be the cause of why Tosaka is criticizing me right now. Oh no, you got deep-rooted trauma.
そんなことはない。俺はただ助けられただけだ。
助けられた？あなた 10年前の火事の時に助けられたのね。それがエミヤ桐次だったの。
ああ、そうだ。ただそれだけだ。あれは原因なんかじゃない。
My heart aches when I answer. My body is telling me that's a lie.
じゃあ他には何かなかった？ずっと後悔しているようなこととか、助けられる代償にエミや桐次に取られたものとかなかったの？
そんなのあるもんか。桐次は俺を助けてくれただけだ。それに取られるも何もその時は。
I shouldn't have had anything then. I saw many corpses. I died at that time and was reborn. I don't have repentance about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. So why? Why did I gain the strong sense of self-awareness that Tosaka speaks of? That is...
それは
I had accepted death. I knew that I was wrong to die, and thought my body was saved from such a situation. There's no... even though my body was saved from such a situation, there's no way my mind could have been saved as well. At that time, I just admired something precious, still empty inside. I remember now. I don't even put it. I didn't even put it in my memory. That's why I didn't even realize until now that that's what really saved me.
シロ、やっぱり何か契約でもさせられたの？
違う。取られたものなんて何もない。俺はただもらっただけだ。
A world like hell. In a place where every person except for me died, I was saved. Nobody saved me, and I wasn't able to save anyone. In my final moment, and he granted something that I thought was a miracle.
覚えてる。俺を覗き込む目とか、助かってくれと懇願する声を。その淵で思ったんだ。自分が助かったことじゃなくて、助けてくれる奴がいることは、なんて。
Was such a wonderful miracle. That's why I admired it. I had nothing left, not a single thing. That's why I ended up admiring the figure that appeared right before my eyes.
だから、俺は。
Only had that. That's the only emotion I had while being saved. I was happy. I cried. That's all I could think about. So that's the only emotion I could create.
ああ、きっと、遠坂は正しい。
It's twisted to prioritize others over myself. There is something seriously wrong with the procedure.
救われたのは俺だけだった。その時に思ったんだ。この次があるのなら、助けられなかった人の代わりに、全ての人を助けなくちゃいけないんだって。
それがおかしいって言ってるのよ。いい？助かったんならまず自分を大事にしろっていうの。死んじゃった人たちには悪いけど、あんただけが助かったっていうのはただの偶然よ。ならその幸運をかみしめなさい。それだけひどい目にあったんだから、あとは楽しくやんなきゃ嘘でしょ。
Tosaka is seriously angry. Yeah, that makes me really happy. I finally realize now, since Tosaka is that kind of person. The question I've been wondering about all by myself, I wanted to become a hero of justice. So I always tried to help others. I noticed there was something wrong with that method that I couldn't but I couldn't understand what. But that became clear so easily. Thanks to the person who get seriously angry for my sake.
何よ、これだけ言ってもまだわからないわけ？頭くるわね。そんなにわからずやだって言うなら、あんたとのコンビも。
いや、わかってる。言っただろ。遠坂は正しいって。
なら。
けど、やっぱり忠告は聞けない。確かに、俺は何か間違えている。
No it isn't.
確かに、俺は何か間違えている。けど、いいんだ。
No it isn't. You need therapy, dude.
だって、誰かのためになりたいっていう思いが間違いなはずがないんだからな。
So, I answer her with as much gratitude as I can.
まったく。そんな顔されたら何も言えないじゃない。
Tosaka must have felt awkward as she turns her back to me and walks away. And then,
まあ仕方ないか。こうなったらもう私が何とかしてあげるわよ。
she takes a deep breath, and she takes a deep sigh and complains. I'm actually going to take a bit of a bio break and check on something. I'll probably this might lead to a food break. I'm also going to refill my water. So give me a bit, guys. All right, I return, and I was gone for around 18 minutes, so let's say around about 21, including the time I took to check. The sun sets. We return to the hall by the time the gray sky is tinted a crimson color. The girl's corpse is not on the mountain of rubble. Tosaka and I just buried her in the courtyard. Perhaps that's because that's what always happens to Perhaps it's because that's what always happens to servants. The black giant's remains have weathered into sand. But even if it was just sand, we still buried it in the same coffin as the girl.
さて、これからどうするかだけど、考えはある？
考え中だ。事態がまた悪い方に転んだからな。少し整理しないとやってられない。
そうね。最大の敵だったイリアスフィールとバーサーカーはいなくなったけど、代わりにわけわかんないやつが出てきたし。サーバントは7人しか呼ばれないはずなのに、あいつで8人目でしょ？どう見ても既存のサーバントじゃなかったけど、シンジのやつ、どこであんなのと契約したんだか。
The eighth servant, huh? I don't think that man who Shinji brought along can be treated as a servant. A heroic spirit that absolutely dominates other heroic spirits. He has a seemingly endless supply of noble phantasm and is a demon without any human emotion.
ギルガメッシュ。それって古代メソポタミア神話に出てくる英雄だよな。
ええ、半神半人の英雄、ウルクの王、不老不死の探求者。この世の全てを治めたとされる暴君だけど、まさかあんなイカれたやつだったとは思わなかったわ。バーサーカーをこともなげに倒したことといい、あいつ本気になったセーバーより強いかもしれないわね。
Tosaka's voice doesn't sound sharp. It doesn't seem like it's because the new enemy that it doesn't seem like it's because the new enemy that appeared is tough.
どうしたんだよ、トサカ。奥歯に物が挟まったような言い方だけど。
ちょっとね。あいつ確かに強かった。あれだけの数の宝具を持ってるんだから、その力は一級品でしょ。けど実質はどうなのかなって。私あいつとバーサーカーにそう実力差はないと感じてたんだけど。
She ponders. Wait. Does Tosaka not realize how strong he is?
いや、あいつ自身はセイバーやバーサーカーと同じか、きっとそれ以下だ。そもそも英霊の強さは召喚された土地での知名度によるんだろう。ならギルガメッシュなんて英雄、こっちじゃ知ってるやつはそうはいないぞ。
それはそうだけど、知名度による実力の変動だってそう大きいものじゃないわ。私にはどうもあの金ピカは反則めいて見えたんだけど。
Tosaka is calling him by a strange nickname. All that aside,
だから反則だって。あいつの持ってた宝具はみんな本物だ。いや、そうじゃなくて、きっと本物の元になった武器なんだ。ギルガメッシュは一番古い神話の英雄で、あらゆる贅沢を尽くした王様だったんだろう。なら各地の神話の元になった原点を所有していてもおかしくない。
じゃあ何？あいつが出してた宝具は宝具じゃなくてただの武器ってこと？
だろうな。あいつの宝具自身はきっと蔵なんだ。生前にあいつが集めた財宝を収納した蔵こそがあいつの宝具なんだと思う。
そっか。ならバーサーカーが叶わないのも当然よね。英霊たちにはそれぞれ弱点がある。全ての宝具の原型を持つんなら相手の弱点となるものを持ち出せばいいだけの話だもの。
that's right. If there's any chance of victory, it would be that he has not fully mastered each weapon yet. If he is not a bearer that can master his own weapon to its fullest potential, like Saber or Lancer, then I feel like there's still a way to win. Well, that aside...
トサカ、本当に関係ないんだけど、なんで金ピカなんだよ、あいつ。
いや、それはその髪が金色だったからとか。
何言ってんだ。それならセイバーも金ピカなんて呼んでたはずだ。金ピカ、すごいぞ。実に意味ありげじゃんか。なんか他に気づいたことがあったからそう口にしたと見た。ここまで来て隠すなよ。トサカ、なんか気づいたんだろ。
ちょっと違うってば。私のは白みたいに真面目な話じゃないからあんまり追求しないで。
嘘つけ。根拠もなしで金ピカなんて呼ぶもんか。ほら白状しろよトサカ。今は一つでも情報が欲しいんだから。嘘つけ。根拠もなしで金ピカなんて呼ぶもんか。ほら白状しろよトサカ。今は一つでも情報が欲しいんだから。
Well, see, the thing is, we used to la 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 la, not listening. I stare at Tosaka. After a few seconds, Tosaka must have given up, as if she lets out a big sigh.
だからそれはあいつ高価そうなのいっぱい持ってたでしょ。それでものすごくお金持ちなんだろうなって。だから金ピカ、あの金ピカすっごい贅沢してそうじゃない。
Tosaka scratches his cheek, her cheek as she looks off into the distance, laughing uncomfortably. How scary. It seems like anyone rich is considered as a Goldie to Tosaka. What's more scary is that Tosaka was able to tell that the servant was able to tell that servant's true nature just because he seemed rich.
Toもあれ、厄介なやつが出てきたものね。8人目のサーバントって時点で破綻してるのに、そいつ自身がジョーカーなんだもの。問い詰めようにも監督役の綺麗は行方知れずだし。まあ今はキャスターの方が大事だから後回しにするしかないんだけど。
That's right. Castor is storing more power as we speak. Saber, who is resisting Castor's control, won't be able to defy any longer. No. In the worst case, there's a possibility that even Saber is on the enemy's side now.
そうだな。イリアスフィールの協力は得られなかったけど、だからといって放っておくわけにはいかない。こうなったら2人だけでキャスターを倒せる手段を考えよ
う。そうね。何のアイディアもないけどやるしかないか。
Tosaka sighs and sits down in the rubble.
まさかお城で作戦会議することになるなんてな。
I follow Tosaka's lead and sit down. Well, we'll be able to stay warm here at night. We might even be able to find the magic items Eliasville had. At the moment, we let our guard down.
やめとけやめとけ。お前たち2人だけで裏をかく？そんなの通用するわけねえだろ、間抜け。
Hi, Lancer! A fed-up voice echoed from the front entrance. We jumped to our feet right away and faced the front.
いつぞやの夜以来だな、お二人さん。お互いしぶとく生き残っているようで何よりだ。
ランサー。
I quickly concentrate and connect my magic circuit. The man that appeared is definitely Lancer. He spared my heart that night 10 days ago. I can't let that happen again. I need to at least let Tosaka escape before he swings that spear.
シロ離れて。あいつは私が引きつけるから、その間にあんたは2階に。
トサカ、走れ。あいつは俺が食い止める。トサカは一旦外に。
They're sharing the same brain cell. I repeat, they are sharing the same brain cell.
ちょっと待った。あんた、自分を大切にしろってさっきの話、全然聞いてなかったみたいね。
She lowers her left hand that she had pointed at Lancer and points it at me. But even if she threatens me like that, I also have complaints.
バカ言うな。忠告は聞かないってちゃんと断っただろう。殴り合いはこっちの役目だ。あいつとは2度目だし、ここはトサカより俺の方が向いている。
そんなわけないじゃない。相手は歩兵よ。飛び道具がない相手に飛び道具である私が逃げてどうすんのよ。
だからこそだろう。懐に入られたらおしまいってわからないか。いいからトサカは遠くから援護してくれればいいんだよ。
Happy Valentine's Day!
バカ、援護なんてできるか。あいにくそんな器用な魔術なんて知らないわよ。やるならあんたごと吹っ飛ばすに決まってんじゃない。
自分の壊し屋っぷりを開き直るな。だいたいどうしてそう何でもかんでも派手めで行こうってんだお前は。たまにはもっとつつましいことやってみろ。キャスターが遠坂はいらないもんって言ったのあんまり無視できないぞ本当。
なんですってこの
And we argue for a few minutes, trying to push each other away. Just about when we start to wonder how this started and start to get tired, we notice Lancer observing us with a smile at the entrance of the castle.
あ、もう終わりか。別に急がねえから最後まで済ましちまいな。相手への不満はとことん吐き出しといた方がいいぞ。
I cough in regret and glare at Lancer. I take half a step forward and Tosaka is slightly behind me. Geez, there wouldn't have been a problem if we had been like this from the start.
ああ、待て待て。せっかく同意を得たところ悪いが、こっちに戦う気はない。見るに見かねてな。少しばかり手助けしてやろうと出しゃばりに来たわけだ。
Hold on. What did he just say?
聞き違いかしら。今手助けをするって聞こえたけど。
なんだ、わかりづらいか。なら言い直すか。お前たち二人だけではキャスターたちには太刀打ちできん。できんだろうから俺が手を貸してやると言ったんだ。
My eyes widen, but Tosaka quickly grasps the situation.
そう、本当に出しゃばりね、ランサー。聞くけど、それはあなたのアイデア？
いや、俺のマスターからの指示だ。キャスターたちがああなっちまった以上、一人きりの身としては協力者が欲しいんだと。ま、連中を潰すまでの共同戦線ってやつだな。
まっとうな理由ね。けど、それなら私たちよりもっと頼りがいのあるやつがいるでしょ。
Is he talking about Shinji and Gilgamesh? Tosaka seems to be trying to find out whether Lancer knows about Shinji.
いや、あれはダメだ。とてもじゃないが性に合わん。戦力的には申し分ないが、いちいち背中の心配をするのも面倒だろう。
I mean, fair.
正しい選択ね、ランサー。けど、それもあなたのマスターの指示ってわけ？
それも違うな。あんたらを選んだのは俺の趣味だ。一度面識がある分話が早いだろう。
He says casually. It seems like finding Archer and stabbing me in the heart are the same as becoming acquaintances in his mind.
俺はお前に二度も殺されかかった。だっていうのに、お前の言葉を信用すると思っているのか。
思っているさ。お前の参謀はさっぱりとしたいい女だからな。そんな女が手を貸すってんだから、お前だって物好きなお人よしなんだろ。
I frown unintentionally. I'm troubled that Tosaka, who's supposed to be my ally, is nodding at Lancer's words.
そういうわけだ。だから協力できるって思ったのさ。ああ、言っておくが、お前たちがじゃない。お前たちなら協力してやっていいとこの俺が思ったんだ。
I honestly can't tell the difference in the way he worded it.
大した自信ね。協力しようって持ちかけておいて選ぶのはそっちってこと？
ああ、初見からあんたのことは気に入ってたんだぜ。美人で強情で肝が据わっていると来ている。女をマスターにするんならな、あんたみたいなのがいい。
Lancer looks at Tosaka with cool eyes. I don't like him for some reason. That's called jealousy.
いいわ。私は賛成。けどまだ決定じゃない。エミヤ君が信用できないって言うなら、この話はなかったことにするけど。
だそうだ。どうする小僧。お前、器を試されてるぞ。
Lancer looks at me, trying to suppress his laughter. My answer is... This is one that also leads to a bad end, I believe. But it leads to the same bad end as the one before. But we also have a chance to get a rim point from this. So I'm not going to make a second file on this. If we refuse, it's going to go to the bad ending from before. So I don't mind, but under one condition. We have to accept his offer. Even if he is an enemy, his argument is correct. Tosaka and ILO can't beat Castor. But there's one... there should be some hope if we have Lancer's help. However...
分かった。お前の言い分は信じる。けど条件付きだ。キャスターを倒すために手を貸してもらうし、俺たちもお前を信用する。その代わり。
その代わりなんだ？俺のマスターを教えろってか？
違う。仲間だからって気安く遠坂には近寄るな。
The air freezes. Lancer becomes speechless as if he was completely caught off guard. That face!
なるほどなるほど。そりゃそうだ。俺のマスターなんぞよりそっちの方が何倍も重要だよな、坊主。
He starts laughing as if it's the funniest thing he's heard.
なんだよ、悪いか。言っとくけど、遠坂はやらないからな。
まさか悪くなんかね。むしろ見直したところだ。いや、いいね、お嬢ちゃん。坊主、あんたにぞっこんじゃないか。
Happy Valentine's Day!
何言ってんのよあんた。私とシロはそんなんじゃないわよ。そう、私たちはただの協力関係なんだから。
そうか？
なんかムカつくわねあんた。何よその見透かしたような顔は。ほら、シロもなんか言いなさいよ。私たちはただの協力関係だって。なんか言いなさいよバカ。これじゃ本当に私たちが付き合ってるって。
バカ。
だから本当も何もとっくに出来上がってんだよお前たち。傍から見てる俺でさえわかるのに当の本人たちがごまかしてるだな。ああ、こりゃこの先も大変だぞ少年。
Lancer makes a sympathetic gesture.
遠坂が大変なのはもう分かってるから。
I reply with a sour look to let him know that there's no problem.
ほう、そりゃ頼もしい。じゃあ俺もそれなりに気を使ってジョーちゃんと付き合おう。だがまあからかうと面白いジョーちゃんなんだな。道中楽しませてはもらうぜ。それぐらいの見返りが構わねえだろ。
分かった。その線でいこう。キャスターを倒すまであんたの力を借りる。
And then Rin's like, hey, wait a minute.
決まりだな。じゃあまあとりあえず握手と。
Lancer comes up to me unarmed and shakes my right hand that I awkwardly put out. There are worrying factors, but we were able to obtain a reliable ally. All that's left is...
このカッタマきた。いいわよ。あんたたちなんてこっちから願い下げよう。こうなったら私一人でキャスターをとっちめるんだから。
So it should be noted that in the unlimited code fighting game, Rin is actually a playable character. And she does it just to prove that she can fight. How can I calm the roused Tosaka down? We walk in the forest at night. Where's the new data? I think this is all stuff we read before. Oh, I think it's just that. I think it was just updating Gilgamesh. We walk in the forest at night. Although we don't know what his intentions are, having Lancer's cooperation now means we don't have to stay at the castle. Lancer must have taken a liking to Tosaka as he keeps messing with her and getting hit by her.
ちょっとあんたね、ちゃんと自分のマスターがいるんでしょ。ならおとなしくしてなさいよ。キャスターを倒したら敵同士になるんだし、話なんかしてもしょうがないでしょ。作戦会議以外はみんな無駄口よ、無駄口。
なんだ、敵になるからって話はなしか。見かけによらず余裕がないんだな。相手が敵であろうと気が合うなら膝交えて語り明かすってのが情だろうね。
いつの時代の人間よ、あんた。そういうね、明日には殺すけど今日は親友だなんてのは今時流行らないの。やるとなったら徹底してやらないと相手にも失礼じゃない。
はあ、そりゃまたつまんねえ世の中になったもんだ。
Lancer never learns. I feel like they've been repeating the same kind of conversation for a while now.
それよりランサー、自分の役割 きちっと分かってるんでしょうね。
ああ、梅雨払いは任せておけ。お前たち二人でキャスターとそのマスターと戦うんだろ。俺の役目はアーチャーの相手だ。最悪セーバーもどうにかしなくちゃならんが、まあ抑えるだけなら問題ない。
Lancer speaks objectively. He isn't even scared of fighting both Saber and Archer at the same time. Come to think of it, Saber told me when we were training in the dojo. She said Lancer is the best among servants when it comes to just surviving. She praised him, saying that he had excellent agility and plentiful combat experience, and that he would be an impregnable defense if he went into defense. He must have fought many battles from disadvantageous positions when he was alive. The aloof man must be a heroic spirit who ran through the jaws of death many times and survived.
それはいいけどな。敵はアーチャーとセイバーだけじゃない。キャスターの下にはアサシンもいるんだろう。なら最悪あんたの相手は3人ってことになるぞ。
ああ、そりゃやべえな。あの野郎は苦手だ。できれば1対1でもやり合いたかね。あの手のやつは遠くから仕留めるに限るが、まあその心配は不要だな。アサシンは教会には現れない。
どうしてそう断言できるのよ。キャスターが竜道寺に戻らないなら門番としてアサシンだって呼び戻すんじゃないの？
But what if she's not going back to the temple?
いや、アサシンはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだが、それゆえに制約がある。奴はあの場所そのものに呼び出された英霊だ。竜道寺を離れることはできんし、何よりキャスターが呼び戻さんだろう。あれはキャスターがマスターに黙って独断で召喚したサーバントだ。マスターが教会にいる以上は隠し通すし、おいそれと竜道寺を手放すこともできまい。
竜道寺を手放せない。それってつまり
聖杯の召喚場所があの山だからだろうな。知っているか？聖杯戦争は今回で5回目だが、聖杯が呼び出される土地は4カ所ある。そのうちの一つが竜道寺であり、教会でもあるわけ。ちなみに3回目の召喚場所は教会だったらしい。4回目はどこぞの平地だったそうだ。
へえ、戦ってれば幸せみたいな人だと思ったけど、意外に物知りなんだ、あなた。
Knowing is half the battle.
単にマスターが小難しいやつなだけだ。お前たちの事情に関心があるわけじゃない。
けどそっか。じゃあ今回の召喚場所って1回目と同じ場所に戻ったってことなのね。
Tosaka mumbles while she ponders. Lancer watches her with delight and walks on in the dark forest. It's deep into the night, and the day it has long since changed. Dawn should be breaking by the time we get out of this forest and return to town. I mentally prepare myself as I walk. We will challenge Castor one more time in a few hours. I won't hesitate, even if that girl has become our enemy by then. We'll defeat Castor. I have to accept that's the top priority right now. We head to the battlefield. No matter what waits for us at the church at daybreak, we can't stop now. February 13th. Night stay night. Before that, there's just one more conversation. When they get out of the forest and day breaks, before they head to the church, the girl tells him the fact that she kept
今の
hidden.
うちに言っておくけどシローが返してくれたペンダントね。あれ一つしかないものなの。
She doesn't say what that means, and he doesn't pursue it further. That is because that is an unnecessary matter when they are about to fight their biggest enemy, Castor. Only one pendant. The one that we found in her room and returned to her. The one that we picked up that night and put into his desk. Now is not the time to be pursuing that
言
contradiction.
っておかなくちゃいけないのはそれだけよ。シローが私の部屋で見つけたペンダントってあーちゃんに返してもらったものなんだ。シローがランサーに刺されたあの日にね。私はてっきりあいつが拾ってきてくれたものだと思ってたけど。
The decisive battle is near. The roof of the tall church has been can be seen in the corner when looking up at the sky. Tosaka said she wants to confirm some things one last time. Our roles are decided. Lancer will draw Archer and Saber away from Castor. We will use that opening to fight Castor. In response to Lancer sarcastically asking if we'd be able to defeat Castor,
私とキャスターを1対1にしてもらえればまず裏をかけると思う。
Tosaka replies with confidence. I don't know what she means by outwitting her. She wouldn't tell us even if we asked, so it must be a strategy that has a lower success rate if she tells her allies. Then all I need to do is fulfill Tosaka's demands. I'll keep Kuzuki from protecting Castor no matter what. I'll project his sword no matter how many times is necessary to do that. I close my eyes and dive inside myself. The magic circuit that flows inside me is stable. Magecraft beyond one's capacity will destroy the user themselves. The first time, half my body went numb. The second time's projection was surprisingly easy and had no effect on my body. There's no guarantee that the third time will be the same, but I think there should be no problem if it's just copying his swords. My body is stable. Through sheer awareness alone, I have access to the magic circuit that were so difficult to create before. It's like there's a fake nerve behind my normal nerve, and I'm able to reverse them with just the press of a button. There's part of me that wants to believe that it's because I got used to it. I can easily prepare the swords. Projection has become my primary weapon. It's improved greatly compared to 10 days ago. Not only has the control of my magic circuit improved, but even my sword technique has improved. The reason behind it, I stopped myself from thinking about the reason. It's top priority to defeat Castor and get Saber back. Asking myself stupid questions can come after the battle. My headache gets the worse the closer I get to the church. It's just like when I was looking for Tosaka, but I stopped thinking about that. The sunrise is gray. The sunlight is blocked by the clouds, sealing the dawn's brightness. The sky above is cloudy. The sky is closer to black than gray and reminds me of that time 10 years ago. Is it going to start raining soon? a dull white sky. The man was standing under the cloudy. That man was standing under the cloudy sky that smelled like it had just stopped raining.
君のことだ。必ず来ると思っていた。
He stares at Tosaka with cool eyes. Tosaka doesn't say anything and stares back at Archer.
それで、用意した策は何だ？何の手立てもなしで勝負を挑む君ではあるまい。
ああ、とりあえずてめえの相手はこの俺だ。
驚いたな。私を失い、数日と経たずに新しいサーバントと契約したんだ。やれやれ、私もそうだが、君の移り気もなかなかのものだ。これはたもとを分かって正解だったかな。
For some reason that's not voiced.
構わないわシロ。あいつの挑発になんか乗らないで。
He stops me, still staring at Archer, but it's obvious looking at her face. Even then, and she knows he's provoking her. It doesn't change the fact that those words hurt for Tosaka.
前から気に食わねえ野郎だと思っていたが、てめえ少年から腐っているようだな。
ほう、裏切りは勘に触るか、ランサー。自分が裏切られたわけでもないのに律儀なことだ。
別にお嬢ちゃんに肩入れする気はねえよ。単にてめえみたいなサーバントがいるってことが気に食わねえだけだ。
英雄の誇りか。まったく、どいつもこいつも同じようなことばかりを口にする。あのキャスターでさえそんなくだらないものを持っていてな。死した身で今さら何の栄誉を守るというのだ。正直、私には君たちの考えが理解できんよ。
ああ、しなくていいぜ。考える手間を省いてやる。
He's going kill mode. Conversation ceases between the two of them. All that's left is Lancer's sharp intent to kill, and Archer's calm intent to kill. They are about 10 meters apart. The knight in red and the knight in blue confronting each other is like a reenactment to that night. Tosaka calls to the blue back.
ランサー、
お前たちは中に行け。こいつをぶっ倒したら俺も行ってやるからよ。
分かってる。けどランサー、アーチャーは。
ああ、手抜いてやる。あいつには土下座してお前に謝ってもらわなくちゃいけねえからな。
Without looking back, he smiles while still staring at Archer.
ありがとう。助力に来てくれたのがあなたでよかった。
We go around the two and run to the church. Archer, the guard, and casually lets us go through. No, he had to let us go. Archer is already confronting Lancer. If he gave us attention in such a situation, he would get stabbed in the chest by Lancer the next moment. Either he doesn't let us go but gets attacked by Lancer, or he lets us go but confronts Lancer. If he really is guarding this place, the choice should be obvious. We run around the courtyard and open the door to the church without hesitation. Behind us,
まったく面倒なことになっちまったな。
何がだ、ランサー。
いや何、あんな顔で礼を言われた日には手抜きもできねえ。そういうの困るだろ。おいそれと主を裏切れない身としちゃ少しばかり眩しいってもんだ。
随分と甘いのだな、ランサー。君は隣の芝生は青いという言葉を知っているか？
何言ってやがる。なもん俺が知ってるわけねえだろうが。
悠長にやってる時間はないわ。ランサーがアーチャーと決着をつける前にキャスターを倒すわよ。
分かってる。ここから無駄口はなしだ。それと本当にキャスターを任せていいんだな、トサカ。
ええ、とことんまで追い詰められるだろうけど、それでも手は出さないで。シローはクズキ先生をできるだけ引き離してくれればいい。
We go past the chapel and head to the door leading to the courtyard. I won't hesitate if Tosaka says so. Most of all, I don't know if I could back Tosaka up, even if she were in trouble. My opponent is Kuzuki. I wouldn't even be able to dodge his first attack if I'm paying attention to Tosaka. Castor's presence is getting closer. She must not even be hiding her powers, as the church is surrounded by Castor's magical energy. With this amount, she must already know about our raid. I knit together the illusion as carefully as I can, using the 8 steps. I got used to it, and his swords are both his swords are in both hands within minutes. I feel a light headache. Even though I'm getting used to it, it takes some sort of toll on my body after all. Projection is certainly affecting my body without me realizing it. For some reason not voiced? Is it my imagination? For a moment, I thought Tosaka and hunting her head in sorrow while running next to me. We go down through the darkness. We run down the stairs. We run down the stairs that go underground and go out into the open area. After that, we jump off the railing and of the stairs down to the sanctuary like before.
あら、飛び降りてくるなんてまるで猿ね。何を急いでいるのだか知らないけど、人間なんだから階段ぐらいは使いなさい。
We land in the sanctuary. This is supposed to be a surprise attack, but Castor greets us with composure. Pastor. There is Soichiro Kuzuki, standing beside Castor. I feel no enmity or bloodlust from him. That is his battle posture, his clear murderous intent, and even hiding the dreadfulness of that man. In that regard, he's more like an assassin than the servant assassin right now. Castor is at the altar. The situation is the same as 2 days ago. Saber is still tied from the ceiling with her head hanging down. I'm relieved we made it, but at the same time, it worries me how awfully quiet she is. I feel like Saber was a bit more in pain before. She was shaking slightly, as if breathing with her whole body to go against Castor's magical energy. But she's silent. Now now, like she's frozen. I have a bad feeling. It's good Assassin is not here, but we won't be able to get out of here alive if my worries are true.
来たわよ、キャスター。いろいろ考えたんだけど、やっぱりあなたには消えてもらうことにしたわ。目障りだし邪魔だし煩わしいし、何よりその格好が気に食わないのよね。今時紫のローブなんてどこの田舎者よって感じでさ。
Despite the fact purple was considered a royal color? Hello? Tosaka insults Castor, who was full of composure, as if refusing to lose against her. Even though she's saying such things, she must actually be feeling the opposite from the way she's slowly closing in on her. Now's not the time to be concerned about Saber either. If Tosaka is going to close in on Castor counterclockwise, I'll close in clockwise. Castor and Kuzuki, if we're going to separate them, we have to attack them from both sides and isolate our enemies.
見逃してもらった分際で随分と勘違いをしたよね。今時の魔術師は皆こうイノシシ頭なのかしら。これではアーチャーが見限るのも当然ね。
Tosaka's insults must have worked on her, as Castor is glaring only at Tosaka. I use that opening to move. I move to the other side of Tosaka, where I can attack Castor from the other side. Kuzuki watches that in silence. I knew it. There's no way that man won't notice something like this. He's aware of everything. The fact that we're trying to defeat them one by one, the fact that Tosaka had some kind of plan. Even with that in mind, Kuzuki is letting Castor do as she wishes. It's not like Kuzuki is being manipulated by Castor. He became Castor's master of his own free will. But still, based on his passivity, Kuzuki is close to a puppet. A servant who is skilled at providing backup using magecraft, and a master who is skilled at hand-to-hand combat. Their roles are reversed, and I feel like their way of being is reversed as well. Castor, who persistently seeks the Holy Grail, and the master protects Castor without his own will. That makes me think without a reason. That if Castor was a master and Kuzuki was just a servant who protected her, then they wouldn't have fallen so low. Tosaka looks over at me. It means our positions are perfect. Then the match will be settled if either of us attacks. Whether Tosaka and I get defeated or Tosaka defeats Castor before that, our battle with Castor will end here.
それじゃあ始めましょうか。あなたとの小競り合いもこれで3度目。いい加減ここで型をつけてあげる。
Tosaka steps in closer to Castor.
大きく出たわね。まさかとは思うけど、本気で私に勝てると思っているの？お嬢さん。だとしたら腕比べどころの話じゃないわ。今回も見逃してあげるから、まずその少年を直してらっしゃいな。
そんなの勝てるに決まってるじゃない。だってそうでしょ。あなたみたいな三流魔術師に一流である私が負けるはずないんだもの。
God damn.
そう。なら仕方がないわ。その増長、厳しくしつける必要があるよね、お嬢さん。
They brace themselves at the same time. With a few meters between them, they look like mirror images. That is the signal. I attack the defenseless Castor. And of course, I'm blocked by Kuzuki's blow. The ghost-like assassin is in front of me. I don't have the composure to watch over Tosaka and Castor's fight. He already knows my intentions. He will not let me buy time. Letting out the snake that cornered even Saber, Soichiro Kuzuki comes to take my life. I can hold him hold him off for 1 minute at most. That should be the same for Tosaka. Originally, it was a battle with no chance of victory. Originally, this was a battle with no chance of victory had the roles not been reversed. There is no way we could win against enemies who surpass us both in hand-to-hand combat and magecraft. But looking at it the other way, we can at least put up a fight. Tosaka would be killed in an instant if she fought Kuzuki, and Caster would end me just by pointing at me if I fought her. On the other hand, we might not be able to win, but at least we won't get killed in an instant. In other words, this battle is not about how we can defeat them, but a battle like walking on a tightrope to see how long we can hold off an opponent who is superior to us. Interlude. The lethal weapons cross. The twin sword and the spear repeatedly attack, trying to take each other's necks. Those attacks are continuous, without hesitation. Every blow that is released is meant to kill. Lancer is not an exception. Even though he told Rin Tosaka, his ally, that he would take it easy, that becomes secondary once the battle starts. It merely means that if his spear happens to miss Archer's heart and does not kill him instantly, then he won't finish him off. Even in that case, his enemy will die, but Lancer would just need to drag Archer to Rin Tosaka before he does. Lancer does not care what happens after that. Out of curiosity, what is your luck, Archer? Very garbage luck. The Crimson Demonic Spear invades the enemy's territory. The spear breaks through Archer's defense each time it is thrust. It is different from the battle from before. Archer cannot handle Lancer's attacks that he was able to dodge that night. It is only natural. This is the second battle. Lancer was bound by a certain command spell. To learn his enemy master's strengths, his master told Lancer. That is the only command he was given. He obeyed such a ridiculous command, and his no-holds-barred battle had finally come. Therefore, there is no way that it is the same as the last battle. There is nothing binding Lancer, and Archer is now fighting the fastest heroic spirit of all the servants. Anguish escapes from Archer for the second time. Even his hawk-like eyes cannot follow Lancer's spear. The spear's trajectory is no more than a point to start with. That was changing into a flash of light now. He cannot see the tip of the spear closing in on him. Even the movements of Lancer's arms and legs are speeding up to reach the realm that is no longer visible. He was able to dodge this much because he knew Lancer's spear from the last battle. He is doing what he can now, using the fact that he is inferior to Lancer when it comes to hand-to-hand combat as a weapon and to handle his fierce attacks. He is adjusting where he gets attacked. The Knight in Red Cloak limits the attacks by creating fatal openings himself. Of course, he will die if he does not dodge these attacks. But if he's going to die getting wounds all over his body from trying to avoid instant death, he'd rather die an instant death with all limbs intact. Otherwise, it will all have been for nothing. Fortunately, Lancer is still underestimating Archer. No, he is simply immersed in the battle itself. If they are going to keep on killing each other with just the difference in ability, then he can think of another 30 ways of showing openings. Predicting the enemy's movements using fortune gained previously, and breaking the status quo from cultivated battle experience. That is the mind of steel. That is the mind of steel called the mind's eye that is gained from training. This is nothing deemed as extraordinary. This is the only skill that he possesses. It is not innate. It is not innate to Saber's instinct, but it is simple. It is a simple weapon that anyone can gain from training in a frank manner. Lancer withdraws his spear and stops a bit. Do we already know what kind of mind's eye it is? Out of curiosity. Oh, true? I thought it was false. Lancer withdraws his spear and stops for a bit. He observes the disgruntled bowman in red. It is obvious who is going to win. Archer has no chance of victory at hand-to-hand combat. That is something he knew. If Archer is a bowman like his name states, this cannot be a fair fight unless he is shooting from a distance. But he blocked the attacks. He has been at an advantage and should not last a few more blows, but he blocked my full force attacks. For some reason, that goes into the first person. Is he strong, or am I going easy on him? I sneer. Archer is a mysterious servant, again going into the first person. I suppose we're just going into Lancer's mind now. I should admit he is strong in that regard. But it is unthinkable that I'm going easy. The first attack was aimed at his neck to blow his face off. The second attack is aimed at the heart to smash his rib cage. There's no way I'm going easy. There's no way, but it is certainly true that I wasn't trying to kill him. What is there in serious battle? A battle between servants comes down to a battle of noble phantasms. The fact that I'm cornering him without using that fatal attack is proof that I'm going easy. That reason, the chord seems to be the expression of gratitude that he had never heard before. The swords clash harder than before. Both parties spring apart and sparks fly. Lancer's full force blow, as if he is about to hit himself, is offset by Archer's full force attack. The distance between them is about 5 meters. With that distance, Lancer should be able to close in at an instant. The spearman in blue murmurs.
貴様、これだけの腕を持っていながらキャスターについたのか。貴様取りんならば、キャスターになぞ遅れは取るまい。
Lancer stops emitting murderous intent, but there is no opening in his stance. At that, Archer slightly smiles.
驚いたな。何を言い出すかと思えば、まだそんなことを口にするのか。ランサー、私は少しでも勝算の高い手段を取っただけだ。リンがどう思うと、私はこれ以外の手段はないと判断した。
His voice, full of confidence, has no sense of guilt. The knight in red actually did not regret betraying his master.
そうかよ。尋ねた俺がバカだったぜ。
Archer agrees. Lancer snorts quietly. Lancer snorts and quietly raises the tip of his spear.
確かにお前は戦上手だ。そのお前が取った手段ならば、せいぜいうまく立ち回るだろう。だが、それは王道ではない。貴様の剣には決定的に誇りが欠けている。
His fighting spirit rises. Seeing that, the bowman in red smiles in delight.
ああ、あいにく誇りなどない身だからな。だが、それがどうした？英雄としての名が汚れる？笑わせないでくれよ、ランサー。汚れなど、成果で洗い流せる。そんな余分なプライドはな、そこいらの犬にでも食わせてしまえ。
In an instant, the slightly relaxed atmosphere completely changes. The air freezes. The demonic spear, with the magical energy to disrupt the order of the world and invert cause and effect, is raised. The murderous intent that it is released is nothing like before. In the midst of the tension, and where it is difficult to even breathe,
犬と言ったな、アーチャー。
the spearman in blue bellows in a voice that could drive crows away from the battlefield.
事実だ、空風林。英雄の誇りなぞ持っているのなら、今のうちに捨てておけ。
よく言った。ならば、お前が先に行け。
Lancer jumps back greatly. It is not a matter of distance. It is not a matter of distance to thrust his spear. The distance that between them is an instant over 100 meters. Lancer leaps back. Lancer leaps back to the entrance of his clearing and crouches on all fours like a beast. Lancer's five senses freeze. Is it fear or awe? Whichever it is, he immediately understood. The meaning of Lancer's retreat. The fact that his next attack is literally a fatal attack. Lancer, crouching on the ground and on all fours, raises his waist. His form is like a sprinter waiting for the starting pistol. Archer does not have the time to answer. The knight in red throws away his swords and immerses himself in his own mind as fast as possible. But will he make it? Lancer's posture. If his demonic spirit is like the legend, the noble phantasm that blocks it cannot be superficial. The Blue Panther runs. Even as after image is far away, Lancer sprints towards Archer like the wind. The distance between both parties is 100 meters. Lancer is not going to thrust his spear with that running start. The blue figure crouches. The spearman that ran about 50 meters in an instant suddenly leaps from the ground. His body flies through the air. He holds up the magical spear that always pierces the heart once it is thrust. Space distorts. According to the legend, that spear scatters numerous arrowheads once it is thrust into the enemy. In other words, the spear of causality responds to the words. The spearman in blue leans back as if drawing a bow. He slams down he slams down that bow with a roar. It is a noble phantasm that is made to be thrown. The spear that always pierces the heart once it is aimed. The cursed noble phantasm that cannot be avoided will continue attacking the target every time it is avoided. That is Guy Bolg, the spear of destruction, possessed by the hero who never lost once in his lifetime. There is no way to stop. There is no way to stop the thing that is shot out with all of Lancer's magical energy. It cannot be avoided or dodged. Therefore, it is fatal. There is no way. There is no way for one to survive once they are targeted by the magical spear. The magical bullet approaches. In a split second, the knight in red closes his eyes as if accepting his death. The thorn of light clashes. The moment the thorn of destruction comes falling from the sky to directly hit the knight in red.
Yes.
The true name is spoken, shaking the air. Hi! The spear and shield clash. This is one of the most hype. This is one of the most hype moments in this game. It's so hype that they recreate that they actually recreate it in a future title. The spear of death, which breaks through every protective wall and evasion. That spear is stopped. The fatal spear that is stopped by Lancer's noble phantasm, swirling up a storm of wind and scattering debris. The 7 flower petals that appeared from somewhere protect Archer and oppose the magical bullet that tries to shoot him down. Who would know? The protection in itself is Ias. Yes, the only thing said to have stopped the javelin of the great hero is the shield of Ias. There are 7 barriers shaped like flower petals, and each layer is as strong as a castle wall. It is a bounded field noble phantasm that is invincible against any projectile weapon targeted towards the user. A thrown spear would surely be defeated by the shield without penetrating even one of the petals. At the very least, Archer does not know of any spear that can break through the shield. And yet, that fatal spear breaks through it effortlessly. The 6th flower petal is destroyed. Only one remains. The magical spear reaches the 7th petal that has never been pierced through and doesn't stop its force. The unstoppable thorn of the magical spear. With that right in front of him. With a roaring spirit, Archer pulls all of his magical energy into his own noble phantasm. Lancer, who has landed on the ground, stares at the servant in front of him. Archer was wounded all over his body. His stretched out arm is like a decayed branch. His face is distorted in pain, not only from the wounds on his arm, but from enduring a headache beyond his imagination.
アイアスを貫通しうる槍がこの世にあろうとは。君のそれはオリジナルのグングニルを上回っている。
That's fucking praise. For those who don't know, Gungnir is the spear wielded by frickin' Odin, the king of the Norse gods. The knight in red compliments the spearman in blue from the bottom of his heart. There's no way such a thing would get through to Lancer. His strongest attack, the attack that made him a hero, was blocked. He was so angry that his glare should be able to kill someone. But that anger is almost erased by a strong wonder. It is too strange. It is true that Archer is a mysterious servant. His identity is unknown. He carries twin swords while being a bowman, and he even showed a shield that can block Lancer's strongest attack. That is abnormal. Such a hero cannot be found anywhere in this world.
貴様、何者だ？
ただの騎兵だが、君の見立ては間違いではない。
ざれ言を。騎兵が宝具を防ぐほどの盾を持つものか。
場合によっては持つだろう。だが、それもこのざまだ。魔力の大部分を消費したというのに、腕をやられ、アイアスも完全に破壊された。まったく、私が持ち得る最強の守りだったのだがな、今のは。
Lancer keeps glaring at Archer, who is bantering. Then,
それより気づいたかランサー。キャスターめ、存外に苦戦していると見える。こちらに向けられていた監視が止まった。
Archer adds, raising his arms as if to surrender.
そうかよ。そうじゃねえかとは思ったけどな。
無論だ。言っただろう。勝率の高い手段だけを取ると。
そうかよ。そうじゃねえかとは思ったけどな。てめえ、元からそういう腹か。ふん。とことん気に食わねえ野郎だな、てめえ。
Lancer says bitterly and turns his back to Archer. His job is done. His role to distract Archer is meaningless now. There is no need for him to support Rin Tosaka any longer. The spearman in blue turns on one heel and to return to his master and lays on the grass to observe some more. Okay, let us read. Huh. I guess they're waiting. They're waiting for the reveal of its true name to give that one. Guybold, soaring spear that plunges with death. A cursed spear that always pierces one's heart with I don't know. That one's the throne version. So the thrust is B, anti-personnel. Barbed sphere is B plus, anti-army, range 5 to 40, max targets 50 persons. The special noble phantasm unleashes the power of the Guy Bull curse and throws it with full power. Guy Bulg is originally a javelin, but this is the correct way to use it. Unlike the soaring spear that plunges with death, this noble phantasm focuses on pure destructive power, blowing away the target like an explosive round. The damage in form resembles that of the Bryonac, the 5 roaring stars, wielded by Lu, the Celtic god of life. However, it has a homing ability, making it closer to Gungnir, declaration of the great god, the noble phantasm of Odin, the main deity in Northern Europe. I desperately parry the constant flurry of fists. Kuzuki's fists are live snakes. Even if I barely dodge them, they change their course of direction and come to bite me. The moment I avoid them. That's how Saber got seriously injured. Saber was grazed by Kuzuki's snake because she had the reflexes to dodge it. But I don't have such reflexes. I can't dodge them. And first of all, I don't even see his fists. I can't see them, so it's impossible to dodge them. My shoulder. Kuzuki's fist grazes my left collarbone. It's like a sledgehammer. It feels like my left shoulder is shattered, and I almost dropped my dagger. I stop and bear it, repelling the repeated fists aiming towards my face with the dagger in my right hand. I desperately retreat. I retreat without regard for my appearance, while Kuzuki closes in without revealing how he advances. I shiver at his stance. I won't be able to withstand the next attack. It's absurd that I was able to parry all the attacks until now. It doesn't feel real. My understanding of being able to manage with just defense and being a decoy until Tosaka defeats Caster shattered from the first blow. Soichiro Kazuki took our previous battle in account. Before, I was able to fend off Kazuki, who attacked Tosaka. So I thought that I'd be able to block his attacks if I projected Archer's twin swords. But on the other hand, that means I can't do anything without Archer's swords. Kuzuki took that into consideration. This time, the first thing that Kuzuki did was try to take away my twin swords. My right dagger shatters. His fist, strengthened by Caster's magecraft, destroys my sword with just a few blows. I immediately replace the dagger. I can't expect high quality with a fourth projection quickly made swords. As a result, the twin sword that had received several attacks lose their accuracy. I can't control my breathing. I frantically block Kuzuki's snake with my twin swords. My body just followed the twin swords. My limbs that copy Archer's movements have far exceeded the limits of my body. And then there's this headache. My body erodes every time my twin swords are destroyed, and I project new ones. It's different from using magical energy. It feels like I lose It feels like I lose one of the few magic circuits I have every time I make a new sword. I'm almost out. I might be able to make 2 more. It's over when my magical energy runs out. But first of all, would I even be able to make 2 more? I'm in the air. Kuzuki's right fist, the fist that he hadn't been using, was thrust like a spear. I parried the blow that tried to pierce through my chest and ribcage with my twin swords. In an instant, my twin swords are destroyed, and it seems like I was flung away from the impact. I'm feeling something hard against my back. I must have been flung about 5 meters. I try to resume my breathing and realize I can't breathe. The penetrating impact is numbing my heart. I can't breathe, and I can't even move my limbs. Just for a few seconds. During that gap, but my heart resuming its work, the devil approaches. This is it. This man would finish me off if I dropped my guard for only a second. With me like this, it would be more than enough time to kill me 6 times. I glare at my enemy. Even if my limbs don't move, I still have things I can do. I'm not the one who wields swords to start with. My weapon that I fight with has always been magecraft. Then, it's not over yet. My role is to hold Kuzuki down. I can't give up without fulfilling my role. That hitting sound didn't come from in front of me. The structure of the sword that I was imagining disappears. Kuzuki, who was approaching to twist off my neck, stops. The abnormality was behind Kuzuki. It happened to Castor at the altar behind her. All right, after this interlude, we're probably going to end it for today. Tosaka is also at an advantage. No, the burden is greater than mine, since she clearly understands the difference in their powers. Castor points her fingers towards her, full of composure. The magecraft is arrow. Castor has no need for incantations. To the witch that lived in the age of the gods, she does not need to process to connect herself with the world. Castor is always surrounded by the divine mysteries that make the world go round. For her, magecraft is just something she commands. It is just like ordering a guard dog to attack. She counters that with her treasured jewels. She does not have the time to cast a spell. She cannot match Castor's magecraft with simple spells. Her skills as a mage are as far apart. Their skills as a mage are as far apart as heaven and earth. To bridge the gap, she can only bring out the thing that she has been accumulating for a long time. Crystallization of magical energy that she has stored since she was born the daughter of a mage. She faces the challenge, preparing to use the remaining 9 out of 10 irreplaceable jewels.
けなげに頑張ること。そんな奥の手があるとは思わなかったわ、お嬢さん。
Castor keeps her smile, even though her magecraft is being nullified by pure magical energy. Castor, who can exercise magecraft almost infinitely, and the girl who opposes her using jewels as amplifiers. That difference is obvious. I do not know how many jewels she has, but it should be around 10 or 20. There is no way to defeat Castor with that amount. She neutralizes the electric charge with the 7th jewel. There are 6 jewels left. With 6 more spells from caster, her trump card will run out.
あら、綺麗に防ぎ切るのね。本当にけなげ。自分だけ守っていれば石を使い切ることもないでしょうに。
Without reacting to the giggling voice, she readied the jewel between her fingers in preparation for the next bullet. Just as Caster says, her jewels would not shatter if they were just if she were just protecting herself. Each jewel should be able to block Caster's spell about 3 times. But she couldn't do that. Caster's magecraft covers the sanctuary when it is activated. Kazuki should be protected by Caster, but he is an exception. If she doesn't encounter Caster's magecraft before it is activated, then Shira Miya, who is keeping Shuichiro Kuzuki busy, will burn and die. I was really mashing his first and last name together. What the fuck? Therefore, it is meaningless if she protects only herself. She can't let him die like that, and the premise of the strategy is that he stops Kuzuki.
まだ守りきるつもり？大した信念ですけど、それもいつまで持つかしらね。受けてばかりでは結果は見えていてよ、お嬢さん。
Caster's fingers move. In response to that, she makes the first move. Her jewels will run out, and she will be killed if she keeps on defending. Caster's magecraft and her jewels. If the magecraft energy contained is the same, it means that she can beat Caster if she makes the first move. But she cannot surpass Caster's spells. If Rin Tosaka is the fastest without using spells and can establish magecraft just by releasing jewels. If Rin Tosaka is the fastest without using spells and can establish magecraft just by using jewels, Caster is also the fastest when she can create divine mysteries with just one phrase. There is no first move in their battle. This is just a clash of power against power. The first one to lose is from the clash and run out of magical energy loses. Then... she just needs to force her way through. She uses her jewels one after another and breaks through Caster's magical energy. There are 3 jewels released. Additionally, she uses her treasured 4th jewel to add the synergistic effect. That magecraft is beyond her limits. You cannot use magecraft surpassing your own tolerance. She herself who told him that is breaking the rule to unleash this attack. The attack would destroy not only the sanctuary, but the entire church. Had Caster not defended against it. But the witch in purple blocks it like it's nothing. No, it wasn't just that. Caster had swallowed all of her magical energy into her robe. Tosaka stands there in astonishment. Behind her, she can hear the sound of his defeat. The sound of breaking swords and his body slamming against the wall. The match is about to be settled. There's nothing she can do, and her body sways. She staggers forward as if defeated by the inescapable despair.
これで終わり？まだ手持ちの宝石はあるのでしょ？ 諦めずになくなるまで試してみたら？
She has no energy to answer. Regardless of how many jewels she has left, this was the best she could do. If that didn't work, even 100 jewels would be not even 100 jewels would be enough for her caster with her magecraft.
そう。ようやく理解したようね。何をしようが私にはかなわないと。けれど楽しくはあったわ、お嬢さん。魔術を競い合うのは久しぶりでしたからね。ええ。それだけでもあなたに価値を与えましょう。
She stops herself from falling forward, suppressing her nausea with her hand, and keeps glaring at Castor.
悔しい？けれどこれが現実よ。むしろ誇りなさい。遊んであげたとはいえ、あなたはこの私に魔術戦をさせたのだから。
Then Castor points at her, as if to pronounce her death sentence.
消えなさい。あの坊やが私のマスターに倒されるのは時間の問題。その前に、こちらもそろそろ終わりにしましょう。
Castor slowly murmurs her death. That opening. She had been waiting for that judgment. She only needs one phrase to release the spell. She hangs her head and smiles as she murmurs. Oh, interlude out already? Well, unfortunately, we're going to have to find out what Rin did next time. We are at time. All right, then. Well, I was hoping to get a bit more into that encounter, but unfortunately, that's the way it goes. That's going to have to wait. Otherwise, we'll be pushing it too long. But we did have quite a few moments that suited the holiday. A couple of romantic moments with Shira and Rin. And yeah, I'm going. We might finish it next week. We might not. It depends. But just in case, I want to see what we're doing in terms of extra scenes for the and leading to the good ending. So let us set up a raid. Yeah, we are going to raid Robin, who is playing I Love You, Colonel Sanders. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, and you can also check my socials down there. Though again, I am more available. I am more active on Blue Sky than Twitter. I really need to change that. So yeah, tomorrow we'll be starting a new series as I said yesterday, as I said last time, and Persona 3 Reload is going on hiatus while I do some prep work. So tomorrow we'll be starting in Trials of Mana. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.